Notification system, continue with the second important event. The wild arena quickly transformed, replaced by the image of a giant mountain. The screams echoed. Marilyn, hold on. Even though we don't have any healing potions, the final boss is almost dead. Give it your all one last time to kill it. She replied, got it, Catalina. A loud scream rang out, die. Immediately, the frost giant was defeated. However, the condition of both was not promising. Thinking everything had come to an end, Marilyn turned to celebrate with Catalina, we killed the boss. Just as the smile on her face was about to last, a blade pierced straight through her body. Catalina coldly said her farewell, this is the final goodbye. Even in a critical state, Marilyn struggled to ask, why? Why do this? Catalina lowered her head, helplessly answering, have you forgotten? The winner of the final trial must be the sole survivor, killing the boss and reaching the endpoint to obtain the Stone of Covenant. For the honor of the city and to fulfill my father's plan, I have no other choice. She paused for a moment and continued, what I bear is different from what you carry, Marilyn. But I cannot bring myself to kill you with my own hands. I will just leave you here to await your death. Catalina turned away, but did not forget to emphasize, still, our 10-year bond is real. Catalina's hasty explanation tightened Marilyn's heart. She choked on her words and questioned, I'm asking you, why do this? You're all I have left, why do you have to betray me too? In despair, humans often struggle. Marilyn was no exception. She poured her strength into a violent strike, screaming in pain, what did I do wrong? Why does everyone have to abandon me? Before being split in two, Catalina could only utter one last question, why do you still possess such great power? Silence engulfed the space. Despair consumed Marilyn's mind. Even as the victor, her heart had suffered too much. It cried out in pain and longing for compassion, where are you, Yiwu? In her weakest moment, her affection toward Yiwu increased by 45%. System notification, important event number 3. Marilyn descended from above, her enormous wings glowing. Glenn's resonant voice continued to announce, I am here, bearing the command from the divine. The ultimate victor of this selection contest is Marilyn. She is granted high-level divine power and the title of Valkyrie. Below, everyone cheered joyfully, O divine being. The divine decree has finally been issued. Marilyn, she has done it. The compliments continued, Valkyrie Marilyn, Valkyrie Marilyn. However, her expressionless face left everyone wondering, Marilyn doesn't look very happy, her eyes are blank as if something has happened. Time went on. After becoming a Valkyrie, Marilyn gradually lost her smile and the vibrant spirit that once shone like the sun. She buried all her feelings deep inside, wholeheartedly following Glenn, the main god, fighting tirelessly against the monsters and giants at the front lines. When she struck the arm of a monster, it let out a howling scream of pain, then furiously stood up. It raised the staff in its hand and shouted loudly, you bastards have slaughtered my kin. I want your life. Marilyn was startled, and before she could react, Glenn rushed in. He effortlessly shattered the monster's body with one hand, then turned his head to her, looking at her with a cold gaze, don't be careless, Marilyn. Hearing this, she lowered her head and softly replied, I understand, Glenn. The system continued to recount. The two of them relentlessly charged forward, winning battles where they fought. It was Glenn's kindness and extraordinary strength that gradually opened the door to Marilyn's heart, which seemed to have been closed off. As time passed, the wheel of fate rolled to another important event. Standing outside on the balcony, the two exchanged longing glances, feelings seemingly conveyed through a tender handhold. Glenn spoke up first, beautiful Valkyrie Marilyn, would you be willing to become my love? Marilyn was a bit taken aback, so she exclaimed a little louder, what? What did you say? He took her hand and placed it on his chest, smiling as he said, beneath your cold expression like snow, there actually hides a pure kindness like a lily. Along with the sunshine and enthusiasm like a magnificent rose, your figure has long been deeply imprinted in my soul. The nights without you leave me tossing and turning, and tonight I finally have the resolve to let the stars witness this. The moon bears witness, will you accept my request? She hesitated a bit, not looking him in the eye, and replied, about that, I'm just not prepared yet. Hearing her say that, he continued, actually, I know there is always one person in your heart. Glenn smiled and added, time keeps passing, yet your heart remains in the same place. But no matter the reason, that man has ultimately betrayed your feelings. Must you wait wholeheartedly for him? It's time to let go of the past. Marilyn's eyes filled with tears, struggling to say, Glenn. He boldly stepped forward, kissed her lips, and whispered, I love you, Marilyn. Please accept me. She let her tears flow down her cheeks as she embraced him. The timeline begins to move again. After determining each other's intentions, the feelings between the two quickly deepened, and their cooperation on the battlefield became even more intimate. However, the main god has followed a strict rule for countless years to ensure pure bloodlines. Gods are not allowed to love mortals. Even though Marilyn has become a Valkyrie, she is still forbidden to love, so the two can only secretly maintain this relationship in silence. The fifth important event occurs. Glenn is being shackled and tortured in agony, screaming loudly. A god standing nearby looks down and says, the main god actually loves a mortal, disregarding the law, with no shame. From now on, imprison Glenn in the celestial dungeon, apply torture, and strip Marilyn of her divine power and status as a Valkyrie. After being expelled from the holy temple, Marilyn wants to rush up to save him, but is blocked, struggling and shouting his name, Glenn. After she is expelled from the holy temple, because her beloved is still desperately banging on the door, shouting, open the door, give Glenn back to me. Marilyn has been stripped of her divine power and expelled from the holy temple. All her lifelong efforts suddenly crumble into nothing, and she cannot even keep the one she loves. She slumps down in front of the holy temple, tears streaming down her face, crying and screaming, I've already lost you, I can't lose Glenn too. Quickly return him. Marilyn, in a frenzy, stood up and pushed the door, which burst open. She yelled loudly, give it back to me. She stepped in with a new armor, filled with killing intent. In a state of extreme sorrow, a mysterious power within Marilyn was activated. This power was so immense that it surpassed even the divine power of the Valkyrie she once possessed. Significant event number 6 took place. At this moment, she had rescued Glenn and was fleeing with him. Marilyn reversed back to the holy temple to save the one she loved, initially believing she could escape, but nonetheless, a tragic fate awaited her. She had never stopped. For gods appeared, looked at her, and said, who are you? Clearly, I have taken your divine power, why can you still grow stronger? You are not a being of the realm of salvation, what exactly are you? Glenn, supported by her, tired but still spoke, Father of the gods, I am willing to renounce my divine body and become a mortal. I only ask that you can forgive us and grant us freedom for our years of brave fighting. The gods were furious, threw their swords towards the two, and screamed, damn it, the law is the law, it cannot be bargained. If you love each other so much, then I will change the way of payment for you. Glenn saw this and rushed to block a blow for her, shouting. Marilyn carefully, crying loudly, rushed to call his name. Glenn, covered in blood, painfully said, I'm sorry, Marilyn. He raised his hand to wipe her tears, continuing, I never expected my love would bring you such a tragic ending, but I have no regrets. If given another chance, I would still choose to love you. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and lay still, her tears flowed down as she was in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Marilyn cried out in pain, no. Immediately, a bolt of lightning erupted from her, shooting straight up to the sky. The gods saw this and shouted, what is that? The sky is cracking. From the crack, a strange entity appeared, saying, your power can open a pathway to remove those who affirm tragedy. Her pain and sorrow had taken it all. The gods, terrified, asked, what on earth is that? The system continued to narrate, the mysterious power of Marilyn opens the link to the evil power of the cosmic abyss. While being tainted by evil, she has gained immense power. That strange power began to merge into her. Marilyn shouted in anger, "Glenn, what meaning is there in this world without you?" Event number 7, the final sword fight. The main god of dusk appeared from the sky, leaving behind a destructive streak that annihilated everything. Marilyn commanded the destruction of everything. Yi Wu also said, "Come here, it ends." The moment of time rewound to the original point, and the system quickly responded to his words, receiving the moment of time that was reversing. The thread of time returned to the starting point. He gasped for breath, slammed his fist down on the ground, and shouted, "Damn it, I didn't expect my appearance and disappearance to bring such great suffering to Marilyn. Even the main god Glenn couldn't give her a happy ending. Why in this world is there a law prohibiting gods from loving each other?" He frowned, thinking to himself, to untie the bell, you need someone to tie it. Others can't rely on it, ultimately it needs me to break this cycle. Although this mission is more complicated than I thought, if I must do it, no matter what happens to the world, I will ensure Marilyn's happiness and welcome the final conclusion. Kelvin spoke up, "Wishing you to the Valkyrie trial, may you win tomorrow, everyone raise your glasses and toast." Marilyn placed her hand on Catalina's shoulder and smiled, "Ha, so happy, Catalina. Although my uncle and I are best friends, in the official competition, I won't hold back." Catalina replied, "Of course, I will give my all not to lose to you." Suddenly, Marilyn clutched her mouth feeling nauseous, she exclaimed, and her father worriedly asked, "Marilyn, what's wrong with you?" Her face was flushed from drinking. Marilyn hesitantly replied, "I probably drank too much earlier, and plus I've had some minor issues with my body these past few days, but I'm fine." "Ha, how can I still be laughing? Tomorrow is the trial, and my health absolutely must not have any issues." After saying this, both she and her father stood up to head out, then turned to smile at the mayor. "Sorry, Mayor, I think we will leave after tonight. I'll take Marilyn home to rest." He said, "It's okay, you two go on." A moment later, the mayor's face was full of malice. He chuckled to himself, "Ha, go ahead and sleep, my plan is about to succeed." The next day, at the arena where the trials took place, a voice announced, "This trial will use a point system. Each contestant needs to undergo 5 trial rounds. Winning a round will earn 2 points, losing will deduct 1 point, and if there is a draw, each participant will receive 1 point. Contestants with points in the top 20 will enter the finals tomorrow. I hereby declare the competition officially begins." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone around began to cheer. Finally, the once-a-decade competition was starting. The first match was between Audrey, level 81, and Marilyn, level 80. Audrey slashed at Marilyn and said, "You are the most highly rated contestant in this trial. This is the result." She had a bit of difficulty blocking a strike from Audrey. She had to stumble back. Marilyn knelt down, panting, and thought, "Damn it, my body feels heavier and heavier, I can't exert my strength at all. What's going on?" Marilyn's father, watching from the stands, was deeply worried. "Something's wrong with Marilyn's body, this is not her usual strength." "What's happening?" Mayor Kelvin spoke up, "This is not good, if it continues like this." But deep down, he was quite pleased, thinking to himself, "She's definitely going to lose." "Ha ha." Audrey knocked her away and said, "It's over." Marilyn stabbed her sword into the ground, determined not to give up. "I absolutely cannot give up. I showed exceptional performance before, if I lose this round, I won't even make it into the top 20, I'll be eliminated." Her expression became resolute. Then, she jumped up, moved closer to Audrey, and raised her fist. "I will absolutely not allow this to happen." Audrey was hit repeatedly by her opponent and unexpectedly said, "How can this be?" Her strength suddenly increased. Marilyn replied, 10 years of effort just for today, I absolutely cannot lose." After that, Marilyn claimed victory. Audrey, exhausted, fell to the ground. The announcement rang out, "The life indicator of contestant Audrey is below 5%, the training session is terminated." The winner of this round is Marilyn. She achieved a record of 3 months with 2 ties, ranking 20th, and earned qualification for the final showdown. Those around were cheering joyfully, "We've won, finally passed the test." Yu Wu also came to watch, standing in the stands, clapping and praising, "Well done, Marilyn. She looked at him, happily thinking, Yiwu, he kept his promise to come watch my competition. That's great, that's great. I hope my performance didn't disappoint him. As she thought this, she raised her hand to wave at him. After the competition, Mayor Kelvin was furious, called his daughter, and scolded, "You have disappointed me greatly. This dog, I told you to poison Marilyn, yet you voluntarily reduced the dosage. And now, what is the result?" She still made it to the final showdown. All my efforts to build this plan were in vain. Catalina replied, "The amount of poison you gave is too much. I just wanted her to lose, but I didn't mean to kill her." He kicked her and shouted, "The compassion of women. What I want is for her to be accidentally killed in the trials. Only then can you become a Valkyrie, and I, as your biological father, can qualify for the finals too. This is my lifelong wish." Catalina endured the pain, forced herself to rise, and looked at her father. "Even without using such underhanded tactics, I can still beat her. Can't you see that I won 5 matches today, ranked first, while she is only in 20th place? Mayor Kelvin scoffed, "Does this ranking mean anything? Try counting with your fingers. Since we were young, how many times have you won against her? Don't underestimate the gap between the two of you. Regardless of technique or practical experience, she is far stronger than you. To make you a Valkyrie, I have spared no effort. First, I sent people to lure a monster to their village, forcing the entire village to leave. After that, I pretended to accept them, making it easy for Marilyn to fall into my trap. She would never suspect her best friend would poison her. And yet now, because of a trivial matter of pride, you have caused everything to fall apart. Truly the foolishness of women." After saying that, he bent down to touch her head, sighed, "My child, now bringing this up is too late, but tomorrow is the last opportunity. You must seize this chance. Just think, as long as you become a Valkyrie, accepting to bestow blessings on the main god, would you have to worry about Amalian anymore? Think for yourself." Catalina softly replied, "I understand." After that, she stepped outside. At that moment, a voice came from behind, "So it turns out everything is a scheme of yours? That foolish Malian girl naively sees you as a sister, not knowing that she has already been sold." Catalina turned back, glancing at Yiwu standing behind. "If you already know, are you planning to tell her or kill me right here?" Yiwu answered, "I will do neither. She is stronger than you think. If she always has to rely on others to deal with schemes and dangers, she will never become a true strongman." Catalina asked, "Why do you care about Malian so much? You two just met a few days ago." Yiwu replied with a question, "Compared to Malian, shouldn't you care more about your own situation? Are you truly willing to live your whole life under your father's control? If so, what meaning is there in becoming a Valkyrie?" He said seriously, "Think carefully before making a decision. Tomorrow will be the day that determines your future fate." Catalina felt a bit sad. She replied, "My matters do not need your reminder." The next day, Glenn stepped out from the portal and spoke, "Ladies, welcome to the final trial. I will explain the rules of this trial clearly." Another contestant looked at him and exclaimed, "Look! It's Glenn, he's so handsome." Glenn continued to announce, "You 20 ladies need to go into the secluded valley ahead, find and defeat the frost giant. Ultimately, the mission is to obtain the Stone of Covenant. However, there is only one piece of the Stone of Covenant. Whoever gets it first will be the winner of the final trial." He emphasized with a serious expression, "I must remind you, the level of danger in this trial is completely different from before. Once you enter the secret realm, there will be no way out until the trial ends. Whether you live or die, it all depends on your abilities. If anyone is still worried, it's not too late to withdraw right now." Marilyn thought to herself, "Thank goodness for Yiwu's medicine. My body has not only fully recovered but is even in a state that exceeds before. This feeling of security has never been experienced before." She stepped forward, saying seriously, "Please start the trial quickly." Glenn nodded slightly and replied, "Valkyrie, I am already prepared." A moment later, from the stands, a voice sighed, they have been in there for a long time. I wonder what is happening inside. Mayor Kelvin stood next to him, his face showing obvious worry. He said, I heard that in the trial 10 years ago, apart from the final winner, no one among the participants returned alive. Marilyn's father sighed softly, I hope both Marilyn and Catalina come back safely. Even if they do not become Valkyries, it is fine as long as they survive. Hearing this, Mayor Kelvin grew angry and shouted, how can you so easily dismiss their efforts? Becoming a Valkyrie is their belief and ideal all along. They have already attained the awareness of sacrifice. What you say is nothing but an insult to their determination. Catalina's father retorted, his voice equally heated, but Catalina is your own daughter. If she dies, will you not regret it? Kelvin's voice deepened, resolute, Catalina will not die. I have always believed she will win. Yet despite saying this, his expression darkened. Deep down, he thought, if Catalina had obediently followed my plan, everything would have been decided long ago. I wouldn't have to worry as I do now. However, he could not deny one fact, Marilyn and Catalina were the strongest among the 20 participants. The others were completely inconsequential. When the final trial began, space was completely sealed. Those outside could not see what was happening inside but could only wait for the results. Therefore, Catalina's mission was to defeat Marilyn to win. Her father stood beside her and said, Good daughter, this is the last opportunity. All my glory and wealth depend on you. Suddenly, Yi Wu appeared beneath the arena. He spoke loudly, Excuse me, may I ask a question? Can the process of the final trial be shown to everyone? Or do we all just sit and wait in despair? Murmurs began to rise around him. A person standing nearby sneered, Who are you? Your identity is not enough to approach this trial platform. Step down. Glenn, the supervisor of the trial, spoke up to reassure, It's okay. He then turned to Yi Wu and explained, It seems you come from another world, so you don't understand our traditions. The world within this trial's boundary belongs to a different dimension. The barrier between dimensions prevents all, even gods using all-seeing glass. It's not that we don't want to display it, it's that we cannot. Yi Wu smiled and replied, I see. But what if I say that I have a way to accomplish it? May I have a chance to try? In his mind, he silently thought, It seems that this world has developed magic too much and has overlooked technological science. The so-called all-seeing glass sounds like a high-level magical product. Perhaps I will have the opportunity to learn more. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience in the stands began to stir. Leading the charge was Mayor Kelvin. He scoffed and said, What kind of joke is this? Even I couldn't accomplish such a feat. How could you possibly do it? Get out of here. After that, Marilyn's father and the villagers couldn't stop discussing, this is something even the gods would find difficult. Yi Wu, who are you? Are you a god from another realm? Another person spoke up, That's right, didn't you see his wings? Those could be divine wings, something only a true deity could possess. Glenn looked at him, thinking and murmuring to himself, Those are indeed divine wings, but why can't I sense any divine power from him? Is he deliberately concealing it? This person is not simple at all. Then, Glenn said loudly, If you're that confident, let's see you try. Yi Wu replied succinctly, All right. He shouted, Go, transmit the images from the training secret realm back here. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of flying camera robots rose up and responded in unison, At your command, Master. The images were transmitted. It was a mountain with a small crevice in the middle. A greenish light emanated from the crevice, all captured clearly by the robots. The crowd gasped, So this is what the training secret realm looks like. He's really done it. Incredible, I can't believe this is real. Around them, the cheers echoed endlessly, How could he possibly achieve this? He spoke up, Science, technology, and engineering are heavy matters, nothing to be surprised about. Mayor Kelvin, this time you can finally see your daughter bravely fighting the enemy. Are you happy? Mr. Kelvin felt a bit tense, responding, happy. What kind of happy is that? I'm worried to death here. He thought to himself, it's over. If this image truly appears in the realm of secrets, my plan is ruined. The robot continued to display images from within. A gloomy scene emerged, red as blood. On the ground, the bodies of the contestants lay scattered. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look over there! Is this really a trial? How could it be so brutal?" Another person yelled, trembling, "No! That's my daughter! Oh no, she's dead! Hoo-hoo!" A woman burst into tears, sobbing, "Sister! Sister! We thought it was just a trial. How could it be this cruel?" She turned to Lord Glenn, questioning, "Why is this trial so merciless? If it weren't for that brother intervening, we would have been kept in the dark. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have let my daughter participate." Glenn silently looked at the crowd. After a moment, he spoke up, his voice resolute, "Do you think that you live in peace without knowing where it comes from? It's thanks to us, those on the battlefield, risking our lives to kill the enemy, that you can have such peace. The real battlefield is 1,000 times more brutal than this trial. If you fear a strong enemy and death, how can you become a Valkyrie leading to victory on the battlefield?" The crowd fell silent, no one daring to say another word. Glenn frowned, thinking to himself, "The words are like that, but the state of the trial this time is beyond my expectations. Has the pollution level gotten worse already?" Just then, someone exclaimed, "Look over there!" Marilyn and Catalina had teamed up to defeat the final boss. One person exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my! Those two are incredible. A Valkyrie is supposed to be one, but now they are both killing the boss together. How should this be accounted for?" Before their eyes was the scene of Marilyn and Catalina working together to take down the boss. Mayor Kelvin quietly rejoiced, "Well done, my daughter. Just one last step, kill Marilyn, and you will become the Valkyrie. Even if everyone sees it, it doesn't matter because the rules don't forbid sneak attacks." He. In another corner, Yiwu silently thought, "The moment of destiny has arrived." Marilyn was sitting on the ground picking up treasures. She murmured, "This boss was really tough to deal with. Let's see if it has any treasures." At that moment, Catalina stood behind her, looking at her helplessly. Catalina suddenly raised her sword, blocking a monster that was about to attack Marilyn. Catalina sternly reminded, "Marilyn, you are being too careless. Don't just focus on picking up equipment while ignoring the danger behind you." Hearing that, Marilyn turned around, slightly flustered. But Catalina immediately pointed her sword at her, speaking with eyes full of determination, "Now it's just the two of us, but there can only be one Valkyrie. Come on, let's have a duel. This time, I absolutely will not lose to you." Marilyn stood up and replied, "Of course, I've been prepared for a long time." Little Catalina, a villager, spoke up, "Indeed, it must be a duel to determine the winner. At least it doesn't have to end in death." Another person commented, "This little girl is truly remarkable. I thought she would take a different approach." Mayor Kelvin trembled and asked, "Why? Why?" Then he shouted, "Why didn't you follow my instructions? Just one stab from behind would be enough. What fair duel are you talking about? Do you think you can defeat Marilyn in a direct match?" Catalina heard this and lowered her head without responding. Marilyn's father, standing nearby, anxiously asked, "Mayor Kelvin, what did you just say? Are you suggesting Catalina should ambush my daughter?" Kelvin was startled and realized he had misspoken, quickly backpedaling, No. That's not it. I was just joking. I'm the mayor, how could I do something like that?" Marilyn's father firmly rebutted, "Joking? But clearly everyone here heard what you said." Mayor Yiwu also spoke up, "We all saw clearly. Now you can't pretend anymore, can you, Kelvin?" Kelvin fumbled, unable to say anything further. The crowd became restless, their eyes fixed on him, filled with suspicion and anger. Kevin, furious, stood up, pointing at him and shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't make up stories to slander me. Glenn, quickly, capture this guy." As soon as he finished speaking, the robot immediately projected an image of him slapping his daughter and scolding her the day before. "In the video," he said, "I'm so disappointed, this worthless being." Kevin couldn't believe these images were real. He sneered and asked, "Have you forgotten what happened last night so quickly?" Then the video played a scene of Kevin kicking his daughter. He held his head and screamed in despair, "Don't show it anymore." The images continued to replay his words from the day before, "To make you a Valkyrie, I spared no effort. First, I sent people to lure monsters to their village, forcing the entire village to leave. After that, I pretended to take them in, so Marilyn could easily act in front of me. She would never suspect that you, her best friend, were the one who poisoned her. But tomorrow is the last opportunity. You must seize it. Think about it. As long as you become a Valkyrie and accept to bestow blessings on the main god, why would you care about a Marilyn? Think for yourself." Mayor Kevin screamed in panic, "I'm telling you to stop. Turn it off right now." Yiwu said, "Your daughter has her own life. Don't fantasize about controlling her entire life. I hate the most when others use familial ties to threaten. What is the taste when a scheme is publicly exposed and punished?" The villagers in Maryland questioned him, "How could this be? I thought you had the kindness to take us in. I didn't expect you to be so cruel and malicious. Everyone has been deceived by this hypocrite. This man is nothing but an immoral tyrant. How can such a person be allowed to be mayor? Drive him out. Get out." Kelvin still insisted, "You can say I'm cruel, malicious, or that I disregard everything for victory, but what's wrong with that? There's no rule that forbids backstabbing or scheming, so I haven't done anything wrong." Glenn said coldly, "Although it doesn't explicitly prohibit, I absolutely do not acknowledge such ruthless tactics. No one wants to be on a battlefield and have to turn their back to someone who stabbed their teammates in the back. Guards! I am imprisoning him in the dungeon for violating the code. You wanted to go to the Golden City, right? Now I will fulfill that dream for you." The soldiers followed the order. Mayor Kelvin was dragged out by 2 soldiers. He screamed for mercy, "No. I was wrong. Please, for the sake of my daughter, forgive me." Glenn looked at Yiwu, smiled, and said, "Thank you. Yiwu, your righteousness and divine power impress me. If you can't lend us your strength, it would be a pity. I will definitely recommend you to the god Chi-parent so that you can have the qualifications to enter the Golden City." Yiwu replied, "I am truly honored." He thought to himself, "This result is not bad. Entering the Golden City, of course, I must go to the Divine Treasury to have a look." At this moment, a panicked voice exclaimed, "It's bad. Everyone look, how can there be an even more powerful boss appearing in this trial? What is going on?" From the space portal, a gigantic boss entirely made of ice emerged. It emitted a heavy voice, "After such a difficult effort to open a teleportation door, I ended up being sent to a place like this." Marilyn and Catalina were both astonished at its appearance. It was the Frost Giant Hammer, level 180. It sneered coldly and said, "Valkyrie in reserve, huh? Forget it. If you want to destroy the base of the main god, you must annihilate the future first. Are you two ready to die? Get ready." Frost Giant Hammer, furious, wreaked havoc around and growled, "Is this really the future, Valkyrie? You're too weak. How could Glenn possibly train you? It's truly a waste of my expectations." The formidable power of the monster made Catalina feel fearful. She frowned, her voice trembling, "The gap in strength is too vast. Why do Secret Realms trials have to summon monsters like this?" Marilyn could not hide her anxiety, replying, "We've already taken all the medicine that Yiwu provided. This time, there really is no way back." The monster roared, its voice full of menace. Go ahead and kill me, you are all so dull. If you have any last words, say them quickly. It would be best if you cried and screamed in pain, so I can enjoy your suffering. Suddenly, it shouted, starting with you. Right after that, the monster swung its sword, stabbing through Catalina's shoulder. She screamed in agony, ugh. Marilyn, seeing this, was terrified and rushed towards her, shouting, Catalina. Catalina gritted her teeth, stopping Marilyn. Don't come over here, Marilyn. If there are truly last words to say, I actually have something to tell you. I don't want to take these words to the grave. She suppressed her pain, each word escaping with difficulty. The villages of your people were forced to relocate. It was because my father sent people to lure the monster here. He wanted you to come to our town, to make it easier for him to deal with you. She paused for a moment, her breathing heavy, then continued, a few days ago, your body wasn't unwell because you were sick, but because I poisoned the wine. Even just now, when you had your back to me, I contemplated stabbing you from behind, to claim victory in this trial. Marilyn could not believe what she had just heard. She asked again, you? What are you saying? Catalina, are you lying to me? Haven't we been good sisters growing up together since we were little? Catalina sadly confessed, it's because I both liked and hated you. Clearly, I'm not inferior to you in any way, but in everyone's eyes, there's only you. That's why I've always wanted to win against you fairly, rather than through underhanded means. It's just a pity that now there's no longer any opportunity for that. Seeing that scene, Hammer angrily shouted, what are you two doing? I gave you time to express your sorrow and lament. As a result, you're putting on this awkward emotional display for me? After saying that, Hammer mercilessly kicked Catalina, causing her to crash painfully through the ice barrier. Suddenly, Marilyn, with her sword in hand, rushed towards him, threatening, stop. Hammer remained calm and asked, but then, thinking it over, wouldn't it be more interesting to let the two reserve Valkyries fight to the death? After finishing his sentence, he only needed one punch to send Marilyn flying backwards. Hammer coldly said, if you want to have a direct confrontation, then I'll give you that opportunity. Glenn woke up and said, as long as you please me, the one who wins might just be spared by me. He laughed loudly, full of arrogance. Harem was taken aback and replied, huh? Their lives and deaths are not for you to decide. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appeared, shattering the layer of frost surrounding Harem. He exclaimed in astonishment, the light. Glenn! On the other side, Yiwu spread his wings wide and swooped down to save Marilyn. She was surprised, Yiwu. He reassured her, don't worry, it's all right now. Marilyn jumped up, full of indignation, all right? How can it be all right? I almost got sliced into 5 pieces. Yiwu chuckled lightly, hi. But immediately afterward, his expression became serious. Yiwu shouted angrily, do you think that was enough to kill me? Do you think I came here unprepared and dared to barge in? With the support of this secret weapon, I want you dead. Seeing his fury erupt, Yiwu anxiously thought, this evil corrupt aura is exactly like the pollutants from the deep space before. If that's the case, then this must definitely be related to the issue of causality. Did the pollutants invade this world through that rift as cause or as effect? Glenn was astonished and asked, the mysterious power that was investigated in the previous reports. It even managed to pollute your kind? He replied, pollution? No. That is the supreme blessing. With this blessing, no matter how fast your sword may be, you cannot kill me. Glenn raised his bow and answered, if that's the case, then all I need to do is make sure you can't reorganize. Yiwu stood by, secretly speculating, level 270. That's impressive. No wonder I haven't seen his status until now. It turns out he was intentionally hiding it. Now his real health bar is showing. Arrow after arrow struck its body. Hammer screamed in pain, haha. Do you intend to pin me here forever? Useless. As long as you cannot completely destroy me, I will keep reincarnating and fusing. Ha ha. Suddenly, Yi Wu created a purple array surrounding its body. He said, his voice calm, so? It seems the law of villains die from excessive talking applies universally to every world. It screamed in anger, you. What are you doing? Even the gods cannot kill me. You are just a small human, how can you do anything to me? Yi Wu stood still, smiling. Of course, I'm going to use my passion to melt your icy heart. Melting in the literal sense. Unable to accept, he exclaimed, impossible. Stubbornly, he continued, I have the backing of the blessing team. How could I lose to a mere human? The system announced, kill the frost giant boss, gain 1 million experience points. Acquired the heart of the frost giant, an epic grade primitive material. After use, gain the power of the frost giant, enhancing ice attribute abilities. Yi Wu's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, although this primal resource might not benefit me, it seems to have effects on Shui Lu. I wonder if she will clear more than 2 billion of my debts. Over here, Marilyn proudly said, incredible. Whether it's Glenn or Yi Wu, you both are amazing. Catalina was taken aback. She thought, I can't believe Yi Wu has the strength comparable to the main god Glenn. Clearly, he could easily kill me, yet he gave me a chance to turn things around. She approached and praised Yi Wu, you are truly impressive. Not only do you possess exceptional skills, but your combat strength is also formidable. This is the first time I have met such a strong mortal like you. Once I return to the Golden City, I will definitely recommend you to the ranks of the gods. Yi Wu humbly replied, oh, it's just okay. My fire attribute ability just happens to counter the ice attribute. He worriedly thought, if I can enter the main god in the Golden City, it would be best. But the main god like Glenn has already reached level 270, not to mention the level of their father. With my current strength, I cannot confront him. The next step I should take is to enter the Golden City, clarify the specific situation, and then decide on a countermeasure. Yi Wu instructed the two girls, I have seen everything. You both fought very valiantly, and logically, you both deserve the honor of promotion. However, Catalina and her father have committed a series of illegal acts in the selection competition. By rights, they deserve punishment. Therefore, it is a balance of merits and demerits. Although they will not face additional penalties, Catalina's qualification to be promoted to Valkyrie has been revoked. Marilyn asked in confusion, why is that? Catalina, she was just. Catalina interrupted gently, Marilyn, you don't need to say anymore. This is the outcome I deserve. In fact, compared to what I have done, this outcome is a great mercy. My situation is not important. Right now, the most important thing is. Catalina approached to hug Marilyn, joyfully saying, congratulations on becoming a Valkyrie. Marilyn smiled in response, thank you, Catalina. Glenn stood up and announced, I would like to declare that the winner of this Valkyrie selection contest is Marilyn. The crowd cheered excitedly, Marilyn did it. She really succeeded. Glenn looked toward Marilyn and continued, before the ceremony begins, I still have one question to ask you. He held the divine sword, seriously asking, becoming a Valkyrie is just the beginning. Ahead of you will be dangerous battlefields and life and death confrontations day and night. Despite that, do you still wish to become a Valkyrie? Marilyn confidently replied, of course, I am willing. Becoming a Valkyrie is my greatest dream. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, I will bravely move forward and absolutely not take a step back. Hearing her resolute answer, Glenn nodded and agreed to unlock the treasure. He said, very well. From this moment on, your destiny will be rewritten. With the power of a Valkyrie, step into a completely new journey. She donned a beautiful Valkyrie outfit. Welcome to the team, Valkyrie Marilyn. She replied strongly. The crowd around cheered proudly, Valkyrie Marilyn, Valkyrie Marilyn, Valkyrie Marilyn. Seeing that scene, Yiwu thought proudly, compared to the previous timeline, this time she finally smiled brightly and became a Valkyrie, Marilyn. But this is just the beginning. If her world cannot escape the fate of destruction, I will definitely find a way to help those she loves avoid that tragic fate. At the top of the icy mountain, he said, we have arrived, welcome to the home of the main god, the Golden City. Looking up at the magnificent palace before him, Yiwu exclaimed, it's so glorious. Next to him, Marilyn nervously replied, I don't know why I feel so tense. Suddenly, a group of Valkyries descended, surrounding Marilyn and saying, the little sister has finally arrived, let us have a look at you. The Valkyrie looked around and asked the person next to her, I heard this time there's also a very powerful mortal. Is that the young man over there? Valkyrie introduced herself, Marilyn, I represent the Valkyrie Legion and welcome you to join us. We look forward to your future combat performances. Marilyn cheerfully replied, got it. So Slay, is this the true Valkyrie? She turned to Yiwu and asked, you are the mortal who killed the frost giant, right? No need to be modest. The father of the main god has allowed a mortal to enter the Golden City. It's truly a once-in-a-century event, enough to show they recognize your strength. Yiwu responded, that's right, beautiful Valkyries. However, it's not solely my achievement, it's also thanks to the main god Glenn's support. Glenn smiled and instructed, next, I will take Yiwu to meet the father of the main god. You all take Marilyn back to the lounge. Conveniently, let her get acquainted with the new environment. The Valkyrie cheerfully replied, understood, you must be tired too. When looking at the couple in front of her, Marilyn couldn't hide her excitement, wow, they really look good together. Yiwu thought to himself, they could not be more suited. If only she knew the outcome was that the Valkyrie and the main god were in love, would she still say such blind words of love? But with this old, ridiculous law, it's clear that the father of the main god is conservative. Although he is quite difficult to deal with, in order to defeat the final boss, I absolutely cannot be cowardly. Suddenly, someone spoke up, the main god of Light Glen, the mortal Yiwu has been granted permission to enter the Temple of the Gods. The main god has not yet reached a unified stance regarding the entry of mortals into the City of Gold. Pay attention to your actions and words later, do you understand? They murmured, the father of the main god actually allowed a mortal to enter the holy temple. This is the first time since the creation of the world. But will it break the rules and laws established for thousands of years? The Valkyrie has been granted divine power, that's one thing, but how can a human have the qualifications to enter the holy temple? Augustine, the father of the main god, sat on the throne and said, I have permitted it, no need for further words. Mortal youth, previously you displayed an extremely marvelous technique in the trial location. If you can present it to me, it would facilitate the management and oversight of the 9 realms or be utilized on the battlefield. Are you willing to offer it? Hearing this, Yiwu replied, of course, the craftsmanship of a mere mortal like me is regarded with esteem by the great father of the main god, therefore I shall present it with reverence. Then, he curiously asked, what is this mechanical service? We have never encountered such strange new technology before. Looking at the item before him, he praised, indeed, this is a technique never seen in the 9 realms. The internal structure is exquisitely extraordinary, and the energy conversion rules are also unlike any magical system. You are not an ordinary mortal in the 9 realms. Where do you really come from? Seeing that expression on his face, Yiwu thought to himself, the father of this main god doesn't seem as conservative as I imagined, how is he different from the previous timeline? Or should I probe further? He replied, where I come from is not important. What matters is what I can bring to you, right? Hearing Yiwu's tone, another main god suddenly shouted, how bold! You dare to speak like that to the father of the main god? Guards! Seize this rude mortal for me. Augustine, angered, released a beam of golden light and shouted, be silent. They hurriedly responded, yes, we will heed the father of the main god's wishes. He said, although you are an ill-mannered one, you do not speak wrongly. I am looking forward to what you will bring. However, your mortal body cannot stay long in the Golden City. This divine craftsmanship power is a reward and expectation for you. Take it. Suddenly, a golden light surrounded him. He exclaimed, "Divine craftsmanship power." The system immediately explained, "Divine craftsmanship power belongs to the divine level limited divine rank. It can enhance the abilities of the account that possesses this attribute. The host can use emergency skills at the master level in the limited divine world to craft the strongest divine level artifacts." Yi Wu was overjoyed, thinking, "I can craft divine level artifacts? Amazing!" But the account already had the ability to craft divine level artifacts. So what's the difference between the two? At that moment, Avis appeared beside him, explaining, "I will clarify for the master. The two are actually very different. In different dimensions, the definition of divine level is also completely different. Right now, we are in a high divine level dimension. Therefore, divine level artifacts created here will be much stronger than those in other dimensions." Upon hearing this, Yi Wu's eyes lit up. He silently calculated, "So that means, with divine craftsmanship power, I can freely craft artifacts in this golden city. This trip is definitely worth it." Looking at the divine level guide in his hand, Yi Wu murmured, "However, the materials in this guide seem really outlandish. I wonder if I can find enough in this world." Divine level drug translation guide, resurrection fruit of life, crown of destruction, aura of supremacy, proof of immortality, leading to resurrection. He continued, "To obtain divine power, there is a price to pay. Every month, you must generate 3 god auras of different levels. If you fail to do so, not only will your divine power be revoked, but you will also be expelled from the City of Gold. Do you understand?" Yi Wu nodded and replied, "Understood, I look forward to good news." In his heart, he thought, "It's fine to do a little work for this buff." After that, he ordered, "Glenn, take him to the god of craftsmanship." If there are no other reports, the meeting is adjourned for today. Everyone replied in unison, "Understood." While walking, Yi Wu curiously asked, "Lord, who is the god of craftsmanship?" Glenn explained, "The god of craftsmanship is not just one person, but all the top-level craftsmen in the 9 realms, combined into a guild in the Golden City. However, all the members are from the dwarf race. After all, they are the best at this in the 9 realms. But Yi Wu, even if it is the god of craftsmanship, in 1 month, at most, only 1 top-tier artifact can be created. The father of the main god requires 3 top-tier artifacts. Can you do it?" He replied nonchalantly, "I will think of a way to make it work." "Right, earlier you mentioned the pollution in the frost giant, what exactly is it?" He responded, "I only know a little about the details. It's just that in the 9 realms, there are some news circulating, it seems like it's about to cause quite a bit of harm. The main god is also negotiating on how to handle it." Suddenly he tensed up and said, hypothetically. Is there a possibility that this pollution could spread within the Golden City?" Glenn turned to look at him and replied, "Are you worried about this?" "Don't worry, this can never happen. Because the dwelling place of the main god is protected by divine power. That evil infectious substance will never be able to corrode it." Yi Wu answered awkwardly, "Is that so?" He secretly speculated, then why did I just hear a familiar whisper of evil in the holy temple? It seems that this golden city is not as divine and safe as Glenn said. After that, he pointed to the gate ahead and said, "We have arrived. This is the entrance to the god of craftsmanship. But next we will have to go deep underground. The average temperature down there exceeds 100 degrees. Do you need me to cast a heat protection magic for you?" He gently declined, "Thank you, but I don't need it. I inherently belong to the fire element, and higher temperatures aren't an issue for me." They passed through the gate. Glenn spoke up, "Well, let's head down. I bet these 2 brothers have been arguing fiercely again." Yi Wu unexpectedly asked, "Arguing?" Indeed, Siduri and Blower were arguing. Siduri exclaimed loudly, "I told you to listen to me. I know how to forge the king's sword." Yet the other stubbornly countered, "What are you joking about? Your method is truly crap. The king's sword must be made my way. They were in a heated debate when Glenn and Yiwu walked in. Glenn asked, "Are you two arguing about the new artifact forging again?" They were startled, turning back to say, "Glenn, what are you doing here? And why is there a little human kid behind you?" Yiwu greeted them warmly. "If the two seniors don't mind, I'd like to try forging the king's sword." Both of them gaped and shouted, "What?" Glenn introduced, "This is Yiwu. Although he's human, he has also been granted divine craftsmanship power by the father of the main god, along with the privilege of being a guest of the Golden City." Yiwu bowed and said, "Hello, two seniors." Sidori greeted, "So you are the person with the marvelous craftsmanship technique from the legends. Welcome, welcome." Blower looked displeased, warning, "What? Even though I don't want to dwell on why the father of the main god has made an exception to allow a mortal into the Golden City, if you dare disturb our work, I will absolutely not let you go." Yiwu calmly explained, "I apologize for interrupting your work, but I have no choice. Your father requested that I create 3 top-tier artifacts each month. I can't afford to be lazy because no one dares disobey your father." Sidori was surprised, asking, "What? Our entire god of craftsmanship takes over a month to create 1 top-tier artifact. The father of the main god wants you to create 3 in a month? How can that be done?" Blower burst into loud laughter, mocking, I didn't expect the father of the main god could also misjudge. A lowly human daring to forge artifacts, what a joke. Even if the king's sword is not a top-tier artifact, I will absolutely not entrust it to you for crafting. Doing so would only waste materials. Get out of the Golden City. This is not a place for you." Blower was furious, pointing his finger and shouting loudly, "Don't you have the slightest seriousness of a craftsman? My work always requires care, especially when crafting artifacts. This is not a joke. You are tarnishing the honor of a sacred craftsman. I absolutely will not allow a mortal to pollute it." Yiwu crossed his arms and calmly replied, "Ultimately, whether this is a joke or not, let me try and you will know. If I fail, I am willing to compensate double the cost of the lost materials, along with a wish that both of you desire." Blower burst into laughter, to the point of tears, ridiculing, "You really make me laugh until I die. Compensation? Granting a wish? Do you think that just because you have been granted a bit of divine craftsmanship power, you can stand on equal footing with a god? Fine, if you are so mad, I will let you try. But if you truly succeed, I will give you an additional artifact as a reward." Sidori, hearing this, could not help but feel anxious and asked, "Are you sure? The materials for forging artifacts are extremely valuable: stardust meteorite, ecliptic fragment, god of war steel. These things are basically unobtainable." Yiwu smiled confidently, "Don't worry, I have never done anything that I was not sure of." Yiwu entered the crafting room. He held the design blueprint and thought for a while. From the design map, he realized, the king's sword is indeed an artifact, but only at a level slightly better than legendary. There are no special breakthroughs in any aspect, but its flexibility is very strong, making it extremely suitable to support the special effects of various attributes. Yiwu had prepared the forging, enchanting, and gemology techniques. He used all of his abilities, combined with the god of craftsmanship, to craft this sword into a high-level attribute artifact. Yiwu gathered his energy, raised the hammer, and began to forge. Sidori looked at him and praised, "Truly impressive. It sounds quite remarkable." Blower, however, sneered and said sarcastically, "Humph, no substance, just putting on a show." He turned to Glenn and asked, "Glenn, why haven't you left yet? Didn't you say you were busy all day?" Glenn replied calmly, "Staying a little longer is fine. The most important thing is that I am very curious to see how far Yiwu can go. After all, he has created equipment never seen before, such as the interdimensional secret realm monitoring device." Blower was surprised and asked, "What? He was able to do that?" Sidori could hardly believe it. Ever since the Spectrum Road broke down, even the omniscient crystal of the father of the main god cannot penetrate through time and space to investigate the peak. How could he do it? Blower added, this kid always appears calm, could he really be? Suddenly, the room emitted a blinding light. Blower shouted, these are 3 people rushing in. Blower still couldn't believe it, no way? Could this kid have really done it? Moreover, it hasn't even been half a day, while this sword at least needs 3 days and nights to forge successfully. Siduri urged, stop doubting, let's go see, won't we know then? Inside, Yiwu held the sword and joyfully said, it's done. The system displayed information about the king's sword, a legendary sword containing true power, only those worthy of kingship can fully unleash its strength. Fusion, the sword's body can change shape according to the career of its owner, activating unpredictable attack methods. Spirit Blade enhances all attributes of the owner. If the owner is a god, it increases divine power. Myriad forms, the king's sword will change according to the current attributes of its owner, and it will also assist in executing the corresponding ultimate skill based on those attributes. The king's sword turns out to be merely a mid-level artifact, but now, its entire energy has achieved the level of an artifact. Siduri gasped, not only has he completed the divine level team. Blower added, he even reinforced it. How can this be possible? Yiwu handed the sword to Glenn, saying, Glenn Lord, you have extensive knowledge, please take a look at this sword. Glenn took the sword, inspected it for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, this is the first time I have felt the resonance between the sword body and the divine power, the attribute within me. This sword truly harmonizes perfectly with my attributes, transforming into the most familiar weapon. This feeling is completely different from using any artifact I have used before. It's too shocking. Blower snatched the sword from Glenn's hand, I can't believe the Sword King has this kind of ability. This must just be an illusion. He channeled energy into the sword and suddenly felt a strange power, exclaiming, what is this power emanating from this sword? It feels like, in just a moment, I have rejuvenated by 200 years. My peak state has returned. I could forge iron continuously for a month without rest. Siduri snatched the sword, shouting, all right. Before this, you looked down on them, and now you're so infatuated. Don't covet it any longer, quickly return the sword to its owner. Blower lamented, huh? I haven't had enough fun yet. He pretended to cough for a few moments before saying, forget it. I admit that I misjudged. Your skills are indeed extraordinary, no wonder you are recognized by our father. Although I have a hot temper, I've always kept my word. The artifact I promised before, I absolutely will not go back on my word. While saying that, he thought differently, am I stupid enough to give you a truly effective artifact? How about I give you a little surprise instead? He suddenly tossed out a wig, next, I gift you this artifact, golden long hair. Yiwu caught the wig, his face full of confusion, huh? Golden long hair? The system displayed the information, golden long hair of Sisyphus, long and free-spirited, made from pure gold, containing auxiliary divine power. It can be attached to the head to grow long hair permanently, never to fall out. Yiwu remained silent, his expression deep in thought. Siduri stepped forward and said, this is ridiculous. Blower, are you cheating? Why are you giving me an artifact that has no effect? I'm not bald. Blower sneered, just mind your own business. I only said I would give a gift, but I never said what I would give. Suddenly, Yiwu was overjoyed to the point of tears. He ran over and grasped Blower's hand, his voice filled with gratitude, thank you, Blower Sr. This artifact of yours truly has a tremendous effect on me. I had never thought I would receive such a precious gift. Blower chuckled softly, replying, no need to thank me. Yiwu delightedly thought, with this artifact, can't I completely eliminate the depression related to the account immortal Baldi? Moreover, I can use it indefinitely without worrying about any side effects. An incredibly useful artifact like this is truly a great deal. This only makes me look forward to the next treasure hunting expedition even more. In another place, Yiwu began to calculate. He carefully considered, True Eye is a magical skill. If used carelessly, it's easy to be detected. Should I use a cloaking device? This person has the ability to scan the entire Golden City without leaving a trace. Looking at the map, Yiwu smiled. He discovered the treasure and realized that the number of guards around was even fewer than expected. He thought to himself, this is utopia, a place where at night one doesn't even need to lock the door. The scenery before me is truly wonderful. Then I won't hold back. Let's see what treasures the God's vault holds. It's really something to anticipate. Yiwu approached the door, telling himself that he had swiftly overcome all obstacles to get here. Where he stood was before the door leading to the treasure of the Father of the Gods. He observed the large door and noticed that it was sturdy, not easily broken. The mechanism on the door seemed to require a precise series of actions to open, and any mistakes could potentially trigger the alarm system. Though unwilling, he had to give up the idea of breaking down the door. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder and asked, "Yiwu, why are you here?" Yiwu was confused, wondering how he could be spotted when he was clearly in a state of invisibility. The person in front of him was Marilyn, her face flushed as she said, "I've been looking for you for a long time, I finally found you." Yiwu was surprised. "Marilyn, what do you want with me?" She hugged him tightly with an emotional expression, saying, "Yiwu, I missed you so much. Since entering the Golden City, you haven't come to find me, I feel so lonely." Yiwu pondered, then coldly replied, "Miss me? Don't joke, pretending to be someone else to tease me is a bit disappointing. Which deity are you? If you don't mind, please reveal your name." Marilyn laughed and admitted, "Oh, how could I be seen through in just 1 second? Haven't you all reached that level of intimacy yet?" The deceiver transformed while nervously stammering, "I apologize, I'm sorry. I added a little drama. Just as you said, this is just a joke, please don't mind. Let me reintroduce myself, I am Lokier, a main god. Seeing a mortal wandering around the treasure at midnight, I couldn't help but want to tease you. Are you also interested in the treasures within this vault?" Yiwu smiled in response, "Lord Lokier, you are too modest. If you truly wanted to deceive me, how could I ever have seen through it? I'm here merely out of curiosity, wanting to tour what lies inside the vault. But seeing the large door locked so tightly, I intended to leave when I encountered you." He thought to himself that this woman was quite strange, it would be best not to linger around her. He turned to bid farewell, "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." She quickly called out, "Wait." Lokier pointed at the door, implying, having come this far, wouldn't it be a pity to just leave? Aren't you quite curious about this treasure? I can open this door. Would you like to join me in exploring? Yiwu readily agreed, "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Lord." At that moment, This appeared with a warning, "Master, there is absolutely no emotional spectrum emanating from this woman. I cannot discern her intentions. Is this truly the terrifying power of a main god?" Yiwu made plans, and now she could only go along with her and find an opportunity to ask for the purpose. In short, she had to be cautious. Lokier urged, "What are you still standing there for? Let's go. This moment is for expanding your horizons." Yiwu replied, "All right." Inside, a tree shimmering with golden light made Yiwu exclaim, "Oh, is this really the treasure of the gods? It's truly magnificent." Lokier introduced, "This is where everything has been kept since the Father of the Gods created the world until now. The most valuable artifacts and treasures are displayed by the golden tree. It symbolizes the pillar of the 9 realms, and it is also the world tree Okir." Yiwu stood before a large door, unable to hide her amazement. "Standing before these artifacts, a mortal like me feels so small. Is this truly something a mere mortal can behold?" She glanced at Lokier and asked, "Lokier Lord, what is your true intention in bringing me here? A beautiful and powerful main goddess like you surely wouldn't be kind to a mortal without reason, would you?" Lokier smiled and replied, "You have a sweet tongue. Being trusted by the Father of the Gods to the extent of having you forge the king's sword shows you are clearly not an ordinary mortal." She winked and continued, "As for my purpose, I hope you can assist me in a task. Upon completion, I will allow you to choose any artifact here as your reward. Yiwu asked again, his voice full of doubt, is the reward really that precious? The difficulty of this matter surely cannot be low, right? Can an insignificant mortal like me really accomplish it? The girl in front of him smiled and replied confidently, of course. Only you can do this, it's actually quite simple. She leaned close and whispered into Yiwu's ear, just make a slight adjustment to the special equipment you provided to the father of the main god for monitoring the 9 realms and secret realms. Make it so that it cannot display certain things that I don't want him to see. Yiwu hesitated for a moment and took a small step back. He said, this really isn't a difficult task for me. But if the father of the main god discovers that I've deceived him, my little life may not be safe. Lokier smiled, hugged Yiwu, and gently said, don't worry. The final interpretation of the technique lies in your hands, he won't notice. Moreover, if you are truly discovered, I promise to ensure that you won't die. She looked directly into Yiwu's eyes, her gaze seeming to reassure him, so, what do you think? The promise of a god should have alleviated your concerns, right? Upon hearing this, Yiwu nodded and made a decision, if that's the case, then I agree. The girl smiled with satisfaction, that's more like it, very obedient. However, in Yiwu's heart, there were still private thoughts. He wondered, what is it that shouldn't be seen? Could it be pollution from deep space? This is quite troublesome. Being able to easily enter and exit the treasure vault indicates that her strength is absolutely terrifying. If I refuse, my life may be at risk. Damn it, I don't want to get caught up in the struggle between gods. Yiwu spoke up, it's getting late, let's just end it here for today. Suddenly, she pierced through Yiwu, her voice dripping with mockery, of course, you can make your exit now. The system announced, all attributes are punished, reduced by 90%, and the use of recovery items and magic is prohibited. Yiwu spat blood, panicked as he questioned, why? Didn't I agree to help you? Why are you still harming me? Lokier laughed heartily, a main god like me relying on a mere mortal like you to do work? Did you really think this was sincere? Killing you directly would solve everything, wouldn't it? Luring you here was merely to have a reason to report to the father of the main god. Lokier continued, his tone dripping with disdain, humans are greedy, scheming to steal forbidden artifacts, and I discovered and killed you. I'm having a lot of fun tonight. I'll grant you a reward, and at the same time, give you a warning before your reincarnation, never trust any words from a deceitful god. Yiwu gritted his teeth, no longer holding back. He retorted, if you dared to provoke me first, then I will not be polite. A deceitful and scheming god, right? I will make you pay dearly. Lokier smirked condescendingly, oh really? I was looking forward to seeing how you would do that. But now, you don't have the opportunity or time anymore. Yiwu laughed, filled with confidence, time? I have plenty of it. He activated his ability to rewind time. Notification system, the time has returned to the exact moment designated by the host. Yiwu breathed a sigh of relief, that was really dangerous. I didn't expect the level and strength of the high-ranking main god to be so terrifying. If it weren't for this time manipulation skill, I definitely wouldn't stand a chance against her. He returned to 3 hours earlier, but this time it wasn't without gains. At least, Yiwu had remembered the method to unlock the main god's large door. He thought to himself, from now on, I can always go back. The only thing is, the lying god and the scheming Lokier suddenly appeared. She seems to be afraid of me like this, she must be concerned that my abilities will allow the main god to uncover some of her schemes. Yiwu seriously pondered, I have to uncover the secret so I can devise a strategy to win against her. He slightly worriedly asked, System, can I use the time manipulation skill to observe Lokier? Her level is truly formidable. The system responded, the time manipulation skill surpasses all existing beings in the current dimension. The host can use it with confidence on any person or god. Hearing this, Yiwu felt more at ease, then let me see. What truth is being concealed in her schemes and lies? Initiate the time control wire. He snapped his fingers, and the system immediately announced it was starting up. The location is recreated, the first significant event. The scene before me is a colossal castle. There, the land of giant Jomniatan is advancing towards the castle. At the center of the castle stands a giant named Ram Hufe. Ram Hufe spoke, "What brings you here?" "Lokier, if your movements are discovered by Augustine, our plan will be threatened." Lokier replied, her tone completely calm, "Don't be timid about such matters. Ram Hufe, the old man's spectrum road has already been destroyed by me. He can no longer freely monitor the affairs of the realm and other dimensions." She continued, still maintaining her calm demeanor, "Recently, a mortal has come to provide the old man with something that can monitor the 9 realms. Although the effectiveness of it has yet to be determined, I am here to remind you to strengthen the protection of our secret." Ram Hufe furrowed his brow, puzzled. Can Augustine actually see through a mortal's possessions? Is he pretending to be clueless? The secret personally guarded by me is absolutely error-free. Do you doubt that I am inferior to a mere mortal? She turned her back and slightly curled her lips. Don't be so serious. You are an important partner of mine, why would I doubt you? It's just a reminder after all. That mortal, I will find a chance to deal with. Now, I must go see my beloved treasure. In another place, she stared intently at the object in front of her, her eyes filled with satisfaction. "Ah, my treasure has grown obediently today, hasn't it?" A different voice rang out with warning, "The pollution of evil power from this thing is not something you can control." Nearby, a skinny man named Solto was tightly bound high above. He shouted, his eyes full of resentment, "Lokier, you crazy woman! Daring to lure me here and imprison me for so long. I should have torn you apart. But if you release me now, I might still lead you a way out." Lokier removed her mask, sneering, "You truly are a tough man. You interest me. I intentionally restrained you next to the superpossession for so long, and yet you haven't been tainted. Quite surprising. It seems I must increase the level of pollution. Without your cooperation, the effectiveness of my plan will be significantly diminished." Solto was pushed to the brink of screaming in pain. "Ah, you bastard. Just wait until I regain my freedom, I will make sure you die a gruesome death." The third important event, Lokier and Glenn stood facing each other beside a small waterfall. "Why do you refuse my sincere feelings?" "Glenn, even though I am the goddess of deceit and wicked schemes, my feelings for you are genuine." Glenn replied, "I'm sorry, Lord Lokier. Your love gives me a headache, but I cannot reciprocate. In my heart, there is someone else." She felt as if struck by lightning. "What?" "In the Golden City, there is no woman stronger than I. Why must you refuse me for a small, weak woman?" He looked at her with a lovesick gaze and answered, "Because love does not only come from admiration of power, but also from a smile or an act." "I'm sorry, Lord Lokier." Her face darkened. "You may leave now." Glenn immediately responded, "Very well." He turned and walked away. Lokier lowered her head slightly, her face darkened, her eyes showing pain, but she said no more. At the same time, at the fourth important event, the Father of Gods was pierced through the heart by a spear. He cried out in pain, "How do you possess such great evil strength?" Lokier held the spear, a wave of dark power surrounding her. "That is because I have given up myself, yielding my body to the embrace of the outer god. Your era has come to an end, the main god. Rest assured, I will inherit your legacy and lead the main god into a new, greater super era." He fell silent. "So it turns out you were just playing tricks, but truly it's embarrassing, Lokier. You, being a main god, yet still have to bow down before that dark outer god's power. It's really laughable." She laughed maniacally. "Laughable? Then so what? With absolute power, I can forsake everything. With absolute power, I can control everything, including the lives and deaths of gods." She continued, "That's right, your long-lost son, for refusing to cooperate with me, I killed him as well. The feeling of killing such a powerful main god is truly irresistible. Next, it will be your turn." The spear pierced his body, creating a large hole. The spear struck the ground hard. Lokier, clad in the armor of a main god, sat upon the throne. The era of supremacy belongs to the outer gods, and it begins here. Ha ha. After seeing everything clearly, he recalled the order, come here, end it. The system responded, reversing time. Command received, starting. Time reversed. He returned to the moment at the beginning. In his mind, the pieces gradually came together, and the truth behind the events had essentially become clear. He sat in deep thought. The deep space hypercube is the outer god from deep within the universe. It has contaminated the 9 realms in Lokier. Lokier kills and disguises herself as the main god, all because she harbors a grudge against Glenn. When I was with Marilyn, she targeted me like that. However, Lokier absolutely did not expect to ultimately lose to the mysterious force from Marilyn. I exchanged with the system to aim for a perfect conclusion. I absolutely cannot trigger that power of Marilyn. But if I want to kill Lokier before she can act against the main god, I must find another way. AI Vis asked, but Master, that woman is cunning and very powerful. What should we do to turn the tables on her? Should we directly report to the Father of Gods? He tightened his grip. That would be ineffective. I would be seen as a mortal, falsely accusing the main god, and would be heavily punished. But I have thought of another way. AI Vis questioned, truly deserving of the title Master. To have found a method to deal with a powerful foe in such a short time. Amazing. What is that method? He smiled wickedly. It's very simple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The next target, save Thor, the god of thunder. Blower and Siduri were stunned. Siduri exclaimed, "Oh my god, Yiwu! Do you know what you are doing?" The three stood in front of a colossal furnace. Yiwu replied calmly, "This is the furnace and forging platform that we have upgraded using techniques that have been over 10,000 years in the making. This is an ancient artifact, a masterpiece that took thousands of years to create. I am not mistaken, am I? The divine flame has the ability to harness divine fire from the Earth's core to melt rare metals. After being upgraded with special technology, the melting rate of metals has been increased by 30%. The forging platform is made from fragments of the creation god's iron. Through technical upgrades, the stability during forging has been improved by an additional 30%. Hearing this, Siduri exclaimed, "That's amazing. We were only tasked with crafting artifacts, and you went ahead and improved an ancient artifact, elevating it to an entirely different level." Yiwu smiled, "One must sharpen their tools if they want to do their job well. I am just building upon the foundation laid by the seniors and making slight enhancements to the divine flame and forging platform." He continued, "With these upgrades, the process of crafting artifacts will be much more efficient. Along with the king's sword from before, our task of creating the 3 artifacts assigned to us by the divine orders can now be considered complete, right?" Siduri asked, "Of course, these 3 items are all top-tier artifacts. We consider them peak-level artifacts. But Yiwu, seeing you in such a hurry, is there something else you need to do?" Yiwu nodded, "Indeed, there is something. Senior, if I want to go to the land of giants, Jotunheim, what should I do?" He widened his eyes, "Jotunheim? That's the main battlefield of the gods and the giants, a place of extreme danger and cold. Why do you want to go there?" Blower interjected, slightly annoyed, "What are you hesitating for? If Yiwu wants to go, he surely has his reasons. Don't pry into his private matters." Mr. Blower added, "If you want to go to Jotunheim, you should look for Glenn. He's the master of that battlefield, the leader of the Valkyrie Legion. He will definitely have a way." Yiwu waved his hand, "Thank you, Senior Blower. Then I will take my leave now." After Yiwu left, the two turned to chat, sighing, "This kid is truly remarkable. His presence may just bring about a series of changes." Blower chuckled softly, "Isn't that quite interesting? We old-timers have been too rigid. Now, embracing change isn't a bad idea." At the Valkyrie Gate of Victory, a group of people is gathering. Glenn, the lord of the group, stands in front of them and announces, "The Valkyrie has completed the assembly. Our stronghold in the land of giants, Jotunheim, is under a large-scale attack by the giants. By the decree of the gods, we need to immediately provide reinforcements. Everyone must be particularly attentive. This battle is extremely dangerous, and there could be life-threatening risks at any moment, so focus all your spirit." Yiwu flies closer to Glenn and says, "Are you planning to go to the land of the giants? Then take me with you. I also have matters to attend to there." Glenn looks at him with surprise. "You want to go with us?" Yiwu nods firmly, "That's right. After all, I need to resolve some issues there." Glenn thinks for a moment and then agrees, "All right, if you want to go, then be prepared. We will depart immediately." The warriors quickly organize their formation and prepare to set out. Everyone understands that this mission is not only dangerous but also decisive for their future. Vacheli pointed at him with an attitude, impudent. Lord Glenn is conveying the edict of the god of creation. How dare you, a mere mortal, interrupt? Besides, is the land of giants a place where mortals can tread? It's one thing at ordinary times, but right now is a critical moment before the Great War. If you act impudently, you should know how to distinguish the situation." He scratched his head, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, it was wrong of me to barge in suddenly. But my intention to go to the land of giants is no joke. After all, I can contribute my meager strength to the fight." The other members began to argue. "What? Do we need a mortal like you to help? Are you looking down on our Valkyries? You're just a blacksmith, and yet you dare to speak so grandly. You'd better go back to forging iron." Another voice countered, "Don't underestimate Yiwu's power. He is very capable." Glenn furrowed his brows and spoke decisively, "All right, I will make the decision myself. Having your help would certainly be great, but the task that the god of creation has entrusted is the most important. What if we are held accountable if it is not completed?" He interrupted, "Don't worry, I have already taken care of the three god spirits." Glenn was a bit astonished. "What? To complete such an almost impossible mission in such a short time? You truly have refreshed my understanding." His gaze gradually became serious as he transformed into battle-light form. "If that's the case, then I have no reason to stop you any longer. This matter should not be delayed." Seeing Glenn in that state, Yiwu couldn't help but think, "Great, is this really Glenn's true battle form? His power and level have significantly increased like this." Glenn raised his hand toward the portal and said, "Departure." Yiwu replied confidently, "Yes." In the land of giants Jotunheim, divine outposts everywhere were blown to smithereens. Some said, "This final defense line must be held firm. Absolutely do not let the frost giants advance a single step. But this attack from them is fiercer than ever. What is happening?" People around were discussing in confusion, "What is happening? Our side is dying in greater numbers, yet their forces are increasing. What kind of nonsense is this?" The frost giants roared, "Roar!" They said, "This time we are surely doomed." Just as the situation was in chaos, a brilliant light descended from the sky. Shadows with wings slowly appeared within the beam of light, causing all eyes to be drawn to it. That is. The crowd led by Glenn arrived, and the roar of cheers erupted. "Glenn of the Lion, the Valkyries are here to lead us. Great, we are saved now." Glenn turned to Vacheli and said, "Vacheli, you lead the other Valkyries to clear the enemies near the main entrance. At the same time, Yiwu and I will deal with the boss of the enemy faction." Vacheli, dissatisfied, pressed, "Why? Didn't I always go with you to kill the boss of the enemy faction before? Why the sudden change now?" "Yiwu, he is just a mortal, how can he be your right-hand man?" Glenn's eyes turned cold. "Now is not the time to argue. Follow my orders." Vacheli was scared to paleness but reluctantly replied, "Fine. Okay." She led the group to slay giants while Glenn shouted, "Everyone here, follow me, kill all invading enemies. Do not let any giants pass the city, not even half a step." On the other side, Yiwu and Glenn approached the boss. Glenn reminded, "Be careful, Yiwu. Based on the current situation, the boss we have to face is likely a necromantic frost mage." Yiwu silently noted, "Necromantic frost mage." But just a moment of distraction caused him to be hit by the boss's attack. Glenn narrowly dodged and shouted, "Yiwu." The boss is Diggins the giant frost dragon, standing tall before them, next to Amlys, the frost witch. She mocks, "You brought a mere human to fight me? Glenn, are you underestimating me too much?" Glenn, in a battle-ready stance, smirks, "I didn't expect it would be you, Amlys. Your king is so determined to counterattack the divine realm, yet he sends you to the battlefield? It seems today's battle will be tougher than I anticipated." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, followed by Yiwu's challenging voice, "I admit, high-level fairies like you all are indeed beyond my capability. But it's not like I'll be killed immediately, right? So Glenn, that giantess is yours. I'll handle the frost dragon." Diggins opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, tauntingly saying, "A tiny human wants to fight me? Are you tired of living? You're not even worthy for me to stuff between my teeth." Amlys, the giantess wearing a veil, burst into laughter. "Huh, you got hit by one of my ice spikes and still didn't die, which shows you have quite a bit of life in you. So why don't you take your time and play with him? Isn't that fun?" The frost dragon contemptuously looked ahead, its tone cold. "Take your time playing, I have no interest. I will bite through his belly, leaving him no chance to regret choosing me as his opponent." Yiwu spread his black wings and flew beside Glenn to discuss tactics. "Glenn, I will draw the dragon away. Do you think you can win one-on-one against that giantess? Her level seems higher than yours." Glenn was slightly moved and replied, "You are doing this for me. Well, it's not a matter of whether I can win or not, but I must win. You also have to be careful, the frost dragon is not a trivial opponent." After their discussion, Yiwu spread his wings wide and flew straight toward the frost dragon, loudly provoking, "Come on, dragon. Let me see if your strength is as rotten as your mouth." Indeed, this taunt angered the frost dragon. It quickly shifted its target, soaring toward Yiwu while roaring, "How can a mere human like you have dragon wings? I am becoming more and more interested in this one. After I kill you, I will study you slowly." Upon finishing its words, the frost dragon unleashed a massive blast of icy breath, freezing everything below. The soldiers panicked, frantically shouting, "Damn it! Why is the frost dragon attacking indiscriminately? Stop it quickly!" Yiwu quickly darted to the side, evading the attack. Stopping midair at a distance from the dragon, he swung his hand, conjuring a massive red flame that rushed straight toward the frost dragon. While attacking, Yiwu silently analyzed the situation. The level of the Qi-Yin Emperor could contend with level 220, but this dragon was level 320. Even utilizing the elemental advantage, the gap of over 100 levels could not be bridged. The frost dragon did not dodge at all. Instead, it used its sturdy dragon body to withstand the fire. As a result, the great flame only reduced its health by 2%. The giant dragon sneered, "So it turns out to be fire attribute? Is this your source of confidence? Unfortunately, this attack is not enough to break my defense." "Ha ha! You think being small makes you nimble? Let's see how long you can keep running." As soon as the words left its mouth, the frost dragon flapped its powerful wings, creating a massive vortex carrying frigid energy, sweeping straight toward Yiwu. Within the vortex, numerous sharp ice shards spun round, charging at terrifying speed. Yiwu dodged while trying to formulate a countermeasure. That's right, not only is there a significant level difference, but this is also its home turf. The cold air and magical power in this atmosphere, it uses them as if they are limitless. I must draw its aggro away first, then think of my next move. Yiwu was deep in thought when he suddenly jolted, realizing that the frost dragon had appeared right in front of him at some point. It unleashed a powerful breath of icy air and roared, "Die!" The terrifying burst of cold air sent Yiwu flying, crashing hard into the icy wall behind him. A loud thud echoed, and ice dust flew everywhere. The frost dragon looked at its opponent being thrown away and laughed loudly, ha! A pesky fly should be swatted dead without mercy. This time, I fear there will be nothing left of you. Struggling to sit up, Yiwu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The previous blow had knocked off 80% of his health, leaving him in pain all over his body. Looking at the arrogantly laughing opponent in front of him, Yiwu thought helplessly, this dragon is too powerful. Combined with many unfavorable factors, it looks like a desperate situation. But I didn't come here to kill it, rather. Yiwu silently contacted the system with his mind. System, switch the account to Void Beast King Lai Fan. I'll take this ice dragon for sure. The system quickly responded, receiving order. Switching. The system announced, the skill Void Beast King Lai Fan is divided into 3 stages. The primary stage can tame 100% of tame beasts below level 300, the intermediate stage can tame those below level 600, and the advanced stage can tame those below level 900%. The notification system, current account level, beginner Beast King can enhance 30% of combat pet attributes, master various traps, and methods to tame beasts. Players need to reduce the target's health below 20%, then use trapping equipment to capture, and finally use the Beast King mark. Yiwu smiled brightly after hearing this, awesome. This is exactly why I chose the Frost Dragon as my opponent. With its power equivalent to level 300, it also has an additional 30% soul link from Crimson Comet, raising its combat strength against dragons to nearly level 400. Next, let's see you then, Crimson Comet. Crimson Comet excitedly looked at Yiwu and let out a few sounds, gur, gur, gur. Outside the icy cliff where Yiwu had just fallen, the frost dragon was staring intently at the ice wall, trying to search. Humph. Why can I still sense a faint breath? Is this guy still not dead? Let me take one last breath to finish him off. But before the frost dragon could strike, a gigantic red dragon broke through the ice, its size comparable to its own, then roared, gur. Crimson Comet unexpectedly lunged forward, biting hard into the frost dragon's neck. The frost dragon's health immediately dropped to only 70%. The frost dragon cried out in pain, "A. It hurts. What is happening? Why did this guy suddenly turn into?" Before it could finish speaking, the Crimson Comet charged in once again, sending the frost dragon flying away in just a minute. Its health dropped sharply, reduced to only 50%. The frost dragon roared in disbelief, "A. Impossible. Such power absolutely cannot come from a human." Yiwu stood tall on the head of the Crimson Comet, mocking, "With your brain capacity, it's hard for me to explain much more. Just obediently become my mount, to avoid further pain." The enormous red dragon that had knocked the frost dragon down to half its health was the Void Beast King Red Dragon. The appearance of the Void Beast King changed according to the battle dragon that Yiwu controlled. The frost dragon struggled to stabilize its body, furiously shouting, "Even the frost giant's king could not subdue me to become a mount. How dare a human think of riding on me? What a delusion! Super compressed frost breath." Saying this, the frost dragon unleashed a blast of freezing breath, far stronger than before. Unfazed, the Crimson Comet also released a surge of blazing heat, directly confronting the frost dragon's super compressed frost breath. A strong stream of breath collided with another. Yiwu, while attacking, advised, "Put your hands down. A dead ice dragon holds no value for me." The icy breath that the frost dragon spouted was gradually pushed back by the scorching heat of the Crimson Comet. Eventually, the heat from the Crimson Comet shot straight into the mouth of the frost dragon. A hissing sound erupted, as if several of the frost dragon's teeth had broken. Its blood level drastically decreased, leaving only 18%. The frost dragon held its mouth and groaned, "I hate you, Yiwu. I will kill you. A. Yiwu rode the Crimson Comet closer to the frost dragon and sighed, "I told you to give up resisting, but you didn't listen. Now you know pain, right? Come on, obediently let me ride." Hearing Yiwu say he wanted to ride on it, the frost dragon roared in anger, "A. Even if I die, I absolutely will not allow anyone to ride on my head. As it stood up, the ground beneath the frost dragon suddenly lit up. Chains of brilliant gold appeared simultaneously on its neck and limbs. The frost dragon thrashed wildly, but was immediately ensnared by streaks of golden lightning from the chains, causing it to become even more furious. This is the trap of that damned human. Let me go. A. The system notification echoed in Yiwu's head. The target has triggered the binding trap, health below 20%. The taming condition has been met, but the target is above level 300 and is in an extreme frenzy state. The success rate for taming is 70%. Yiwu muttered, 70%, huh? As long as it's not 100%, there's a chance of failure. I can't take that risk. Yiwu's mind raced to find a solution. I've finally managed to catch a big one. I need to find a way to ensure I don't fail. But how? The frost dragon, trapped by Yiwu's binding trap, lay flat on the ground, frantically cursing, damn it. This shabby thing, don't think you can bind me for long, just wait until I freeze this trap into pieces. The frost dragon thrashed violently, lightning seeming to be on the verge of spiraling out of control. The system immediately issued a warning, the binding trap will lose effectiveness in 1 minute. Upon failure, the cooldown time will be 30 minutes. Please make a prompt decision on whether to attempt taming. Yet, Yiwu still could not come to a decision. Wait, there must be another way to increase the success rate of the taming. Let me think. Yiwu suddenly remembered, got it. How could I forget the good item I obtained from Aval? Isn't it perfect for this situation? System, quickly use that skill book. The system immediately carried out the command, received. Learning in progress, please wait a moment. At this moment, the frost dragon had wriggled free and approached Yiwu, proudly laughing. What now? You're out of options? Do you really think you can ride me with just this little power? Dream on. Even if I'm forced to endure humiliation for my survival, I will still yield only to true power. You think you're worthy to ride me? Yiwu stepped forward, walked toward it, and calmly spoke, is that so? Don't speak so absolutely. Whether I ride or not is not important, what matters is that I sincerely want to be your friend. The frost dragon looked disdainful, be friends? I never make friends with the weak. A human like you wants to reach me? Dream on. You're only fit to be crushed under my foot. At this moment, the system announced again, the host has learned the skill Toxic Immunity, Friendship Across Rances, which permanently increases friendship with dragon companions. At the same time, the system announced the completion of the skill. The frost dragon's mood also shifted. Its eyes gleamed brightly. What is this? My rage suddenly vanished? And again, my hatred toward him has disappeared. This guy looks much more pleasant. The frost dragon gaped at Yiwu as he approached. Are you calm now? Can we have a proper conversation? The frost dragon closed its mouth, suddenly smiled amicably, and spoke. I apologize, bro. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly earlier, don't take it to heart. But we do need to settle this between brothers. It's fine being brothers, but wanting to ride me, that's not really cool, is it? As soon as this statement was made, the system announced to Yiwu, the affection level of the target has improved, the success rate of taming has reached 100%. Would you like to tame now? Yiwu commanded the system to tame with his thoughts and then turned to the frost dragon. So that's settled then, whether I ride or not is another matter, mainly I just want to have this brother here. The system worked very quickly, soon announcing the result, the target has been tamed. Frost Dragon Reign is in hand. The Frost Dragon is a boss-level combat pet and a common mount, which can be used normally without going through the Void Beast King account. Immediately after, the binding trap on the Frost Dragon was removed. The Frost Dragon also regained its full strength, flapping its wings and excitedly saying, "Hey, feel free to ride me, brother, I totally accept this. You go big, I go small, one day as elder brother, a lifetime as elder brother." Yiwu was pleased, very good. Then, Yiwu quietly turned his gaze toward a distant castle. next is the royal city of the Frost Dragon. Thor Solto is imprisoned there. Breaking in will definitely be extremely dangerous. I will help Glenn defeat this invasion first, then find a way to save him. On the other side, in a fiercely contested area, the entire sky was engulfed in a sea of flames and smoke, with loud shouts boosting morale echoing throughout. Valkyries must not retreat. Vacheli spread her wings wide, wielding her sword to sweep across, as another group of armored soldiers fell. Vacheli fought while commanding, "We must hold this final defense line." The subordinate below anxiously shouted, "But Commander, the Frost Necromancy Factory is unrelenting, the enemy will keep coming back to life, we can't hold on any longer." Vacheli, drenched in sweat and looking disheveled, still clutched his sword tightly, not daring to show his worry, fearing it would dampen the morale of his side. "I know, but it's been so long, and Glenn still hasn't killed the enemy boss, Yiwu must be dragging it out. Damn it, if I had teamed up with him, we would have definitely killed the boss by now." As Vacheli paused to think, an attack nearly struck him in the back. Fortunately, Marilyn appeared just in time, using her shield to block the blow. Marilyn anxiously reminded him, "Please don't just stand there, the Valkyries' captain must trust Glenn and Yiwu. They will surely succeed in killing the boss." Vacheli was startled and thanked her. "Marilyn, thank you." Marilyn didn't linger long, once again charging into the crowd of monsters and soldiers before her, shouting, "Come on, I absolutely will not let these ice shards defeat me." Vacheli looked in surprise at the brave figure of Marilyn as she rushed away. "All of us are exhausted and pushed to our limits. Yet this Marilyn, despite her low level, seems to have boundless energy, still full of vitality." Vacheli thought to himself, "But no matter how many waves of attacks we repel, as long as the boss is not defeated, we cannot win. I have to disobey Glenn's orders. Should I leave the battlefield to help him? But now I'm exhausted, what good can I possibly do? Damn it! It's all Yiwu's fault." At that moment, a gigantic ice dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, continuously letting out a thunderous roar, roar, roar. Everyone below, upon seeing the frost dragon flying towards them, panicked and shouted to Vacheli, "Captain, look at that frost dragon. Level 320, we should." Vacheli, tense, looked at the frost dragon and commanded, "Everyone, hold your swords tightly. Even if our final outcome is death, we must choose to wield our swords and fight bravely." Saying this, Vacheli took up his sword and flew up to lead the attack. The whole team immediately followed behind Vacheli, fighting with all their might, yes. As a result, the frost dragon, just as it got close, unleashed a blast of icy breath aimed straight at the attacking soldiers of Vacheli's team. Roar! Frostbone rage. The soldiers below were baffled. What's going on? The frost dragon is attacking our own people. The frost dragon continued to fly, unleashing its icy breath along the way, freezing all the soldiers and monsters below. Roar! The people present at the scene were stunned and exclaimed, "Am I dreaming?" That frost dragon's breath, it froze all the monsters solid, which means they won't be able to resurrect anymore. Who on earth has controlled this dragon and made such an unbelievable feat happen? Yiwu rode the frost dragon and flew down in front of the Vacheli team, landing heavily on the ground. Vacheli immediately instructed, "Everyone pay attention, we have not yet determined the intentions of the opponent, we cannot be careless." They all responded in unison, "Yes, Captain." Yiwu crossed his arms while standing atop the dragon and spoke, "No need to worry, it's me." As soon as everyone heard that familiar voice, they instantly recognized it. It's Yiwu. Marilyn was the first to rush over and hug Yiwu tightly, joyfully saying, "Yiwu, it's really you. I knew you could do it, even this level of frost dragon you could tame, you're amazing." The girls took turns crowding around Yiwu, laughing and saying, "That's right, you came just in time, we were almost wiped out. How did you tame this ice dragon? We really can't believe it, even the gods couldn't do it." Vacheli felt regret for having wrongly blamed Yiwu earlier. She was uneasy, clasping her hands in front of her, cautiously stepping forward and opening her mouth to say, "Thank you, Yiwu. Your timely arrival has saved all of us. Yet I treated you like that. In short, I must apologize to you." Yiwu was slightly surprised by Vacheli's unusual attitude, smiled, and asked, "What? What did you do to me?" Why do you have to apologize? He merely brushed over the issue and then threw some green potion bottles to the girls, but now is not the time to talk about this. Take the recovery potions, and then you continue to defend this place. The girls received the potions, nodded, and replied in unison, understood. After Yiwu finished his instructions, he put on his helmet, mounted his dragon, and bid them farewell. The battle is not over yet. I need to go help Glenn. You must keep a good watch here, do not be careless. Seeing Yiwu about to leave, the girls also wanted to follow. This place is no longer dangerous. Everyone's strength has recovered. We'll go with you. Vachali immediately stepped forward to stop them. No. You all heard what Yiwu said. We must continue to defend this place, do not add more trouble for Yiwu and Glenn. This is an order. The women felt a little frightened seeing the captain so serious. Yes, yes. Vachali quietly embraced her arm, feeling embarrassed by her previous thoughts. I was really foolish to underestimate Yiwu like that. I truly have no face to meet him again. If there's another opportunity, I must officially apologize to him, hoping he and Glenn can return safely. Yiwu softly spoke to the frost dragon, who had now become his good brother. Let's go, Diggins. There are many battles waiting for us next. The frost dragon flapped its wings and took off, replying, No problem, elder brother. Wherever you go, I'm not scared. Diggins reminded, Brother, even if you and the god of light Glenn manage to defeat Yamri's, the frost witch's body at this level, after dying, will enter a far stronger wraith form. At that time, both of you will likely be in a state of exhausting all energy. Being killed easily by her wraith form in that blood-filled condition is a certainty. Yiwu was surprised. What? She has such a skill hidden? This information is very important. Thank you, Diggins. Diggins continued, Between us brothers, there's no need for politeness. Although her death wraith state is very difficult to deal with, I have a way to resolve it. In the past, she promised to give me a divine level artifact if I cooperated. As long as I have that, I can enhance my strength to counter her wraith form. However, she is a very cautious person with many schemes, so she will definitely not easily give it to me. Yiwu then replied, This is not difficult. As long as you find a way to break her state, she will obediently give you that divine level artifact. After that, you just need to follow my instructions. At the sorrowful snowfield, explosions rang out one after another, and the dust was thick. Yamri's arrogantly waved her hand, You are still as formidable as before, Glenn. Even though the level gap between us is 20 levels, you can still fight me for so long. It's a pity that we could have used a different method to battle. The Frost Witch Yamri's level 480, health at 60%, strength at 75%. The ice monster roared, Roar. Glenn with just a few sword strikes had dismantled the ice monster's body. You are being overly modest, Yamri's. Didn't you always defeat me? Compared to your ease, I am merely doing my utmost to hold on. Glenn level 460, health at 20%, strength at 30%. Glenn silently thought to himself, the difference in rank is not the important thing. The reason she has become even more powerful is due to that corrupting power of evil she carries. And the blessing of Quang Chi cannot dispel this current of power. This time, it truly is difficult to resolve. The Valkyries behind will undoubtedly face a life and death challenge like a tide, not to mention the safety of Yiwu. Damn it, how am I supposed to defeat her? Just then, Diggins swooped down from the sky, calling for help. Roar, Yamri's, save me. Glenn was startled and immediately turned to Yiwu, asking, Are you okay, Yiwu? Yiwu replied, I'm fine. Next, you must definitely do as I say. We have to take that giantess away immediately. Glenn immediately agreed, understood. Yamri's looked at Diggins and sighed, how useless. Even a human cannot take care of this. You truly disappoint me, Diggins. Diggins reacted, Roar, no, don't underestimate this human. His skills are very special. I was careless and fell into his trap. Diggins urged, hurry up, bring out the frost essence that you promised me. I must tear that guy apart. Yamris immediately said, although I promised to give you frost essence as payment for our cooperation before, you have not contributed anything at all. Yet you still dare to seek me out. You can get lost now. Killing you is as easy as turning over my hand. Diggins angrily replied, What? You dare to deceive me? Yamri sneered, Deceive? So what? The premise of trust is equal strength. A weakling like you no longer has the right to negotiate with me. If you want to oppose me, I won't mind a 1 against 3. Diggins was left speechless in anger. You. Suddenly, Glenn used his powers to bind Yamris. However, Yamris remained unperturbed, provoking him, Oh, I didn't expect you, Glenn, to enjoy this kind of game. Just say it early, if it's you, I wouldn't mind satisfying your request. Glenn shouted, I've exerted all my strength to bind her, but at most I can only hold on for about 30 seconds. Yi Wu replied, That's enough, follow my plan. 30% of her health shouldn't take 30 seconds. After that, Yi Wu used reverse flame execution. In his heart, he calculated, previously, I used the power of the Void Beast King to hide Diggins' attributes. It seems I have deceived this giantess. Next comes the crucial part of the plan. Despite being entangled by Yi Wu, Yamris was still quite interested. Wow. Oh, you two really know how to play, these games are really getting me pumped up. Yi Wu reminded, Is that so? This is just the beginning. Next, Yi Wu shouted, Now it's time to burn you. Suddenly, Yamri screamed in agony, Roar, this fire is not ordinary fire. At this moment, Yamris's health was at 25%, strength at 0%. Yamris was still dazed, thinking, Can this kind of fire break through the divine blessing of mine? I must have underestimated my opponent. If I can't break through this binding, does that mean I can only resort to that move? I absolutely cannot fall into that irreversible form unless it's absolutely necessary. Then Yamris threw something to Diggins and commanded, What are you standing there for? Frost essence for you, hurry up and help me. Diggins caught it and laughed in delight, Ha! He also marveled inside, Brother thinks like a god, this guy is trapped now. System notification, Frost Essence, a divine level rare essence, born along with the giant realm, can enhance ice attributes beyond imagination. Creatures with weak vitality will be countered as they cannot withstand its freezing power. Please use with caution. When the prey is trapped, one can close the net. Diggins turned his face, laughed loudly, Huh? So you have your day now? Weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you want a 1-on-3 fight? Why can't you take it anymore? Do you want me to help? It's too late now. Haze, I'm just here to watch the show. Yamris, in rage, shouted, You dare to play me? I don't care about this body anymore. You all must die. At this moment, both Yamris's blood and power were depleted. Glenn exclaimed, The Frost Dragon isn't coming to help her. Our luck is really good. Finally, we can kill that giantess this time. Yi Wu immediately countered, It's not over yet. What comes next is what matters. Right after that, Yamris transformed, roaring, Now is your time to die. Death Wraith Frost will. The Death Wraith Frost will level 480 form appeared, blood and strength overflowing. Glenn was astonished, this Wraith form. She has such a powerful move hidden? Yamris charged forward, swinging her hand to strike Yi Wu. Glenn hurriedly warned, Quick, dodge. If this form touches you, your soul will be sucked away. Yi Wu remained calm, leisurely saying, Diggins, it's your turn to act now. Diggins conjured a sphere of power from his mouth, I know, brother. With this frost essence, I can absorb the wraith form of this woman without being harmed. Spiritual energy devour. Attacked and infuriated, Yamris ordered, Diggins, what are you doing? You're listening to a human, so you've colluded to play me from the start. Stop it. What has he given you? I'll give you double, stop now. Diggins replied seriously, The bond of brotherhood we share cannot be measured in money, this old hag deserves to die without pity. This statement left everyone shocked, especially Glenn. What? How is this? The frost dragon, who has always been arrogant and never subdued, is calling Yiwu brother. What's going on? Diggins first handed the frost essence to Yiwu. Brother, please accept this frost essence. It can absorb the ice attribute magic of wraiths. Yiwu took it and exclaimed, as expected of a divine artifact, just holding this ice attribute makes me feel an ice-cold chill, soul suppression. It would indeed be a waste to keep it for myself. I know someone who can unleash its full potential. He said, I know. After settling everything, Yiwu arrogantly left. Let's go, Lord Glenn. After picking up the equipment, more important matters await us. Glenn replied, ahem, understood. Glenn thought, Yiwu, this guy truly makes it hard for me to keep a straight face. His strength is indeed unfathomable. What he refers to as more important matters is what? System notification, successfully defeated the boss, received 50 million experience points, 10 million gold, frost death necklace that can summon the soul of the dead to fight for you at an equivalent level. The targets include all creatures with a soul, but summoning stronger souls will consume more frost aura. Frost Ice Crown once worn can automatically absorb frost aura from the surrounding atmosphere. It performs best when situated in icy, snowy ground. Frost Mask once worn can harmonize your energy with the environment, but it must be in icy, snowy ground to achieve 100% concealed efficiency. At the same time, it requires a large amount of frost aura to be consumed. Yiwu felt, these pieces of equipment are entirely designed for my next steps, but to use all the equipment inevitably requires frost aura. What is this? Diggins explained, frost aura is a special magical power hidden within the atmosphere of the giant realm. It is the energy source of our giant and ice dragon clan. But you don't need to worry. The frost essence in your hand is a concentrated product of frost aura. Thanks to it, you can use these equipment infinitely. Glenn said his farewell. Our mission has been completed. What we need to do now is return to the main city and wait for the defensive project of the main city to be repaired. We will then return to Golden City. But Yiwu, what is your next plan? Yiwu replied, your mission is over, but my mission has just begun. He pointed into the distance. Do you see the Royal City Giant over there? That is the next station I must go to. Glenn was stunned. What? Royal City Giant? He raised his voice. Do you know where that is, Yiwu? That is one of the most dangerous places in dangerous places. It is God's forbidden zone, and even gods do not dare to set foot there. Why do you want to go there? Yiwu thought to himself, Glenn doesn't know about Lochiel and Solto. I cannot tell him the truth right now. If I do, with Glenn's righteous and purely innocent character, he certainly wouldn't be able to cope with the cunning schemes ahead. Yiwu softly said, I know that place is very dangerous, but I have my reasons. I must go. Don't worry, if I dare to go, I will definitely find a way to avoid danger. In the end, Glenn had no choice but to accept. If you insist on going, I have no reason to stop you. I will wait for you at the main city as support. Yiwu raised his hand to bid farewell. Don't worry, if the plan goes smoothly, it won't take too much time. I will return. Saying that, Yiwu rode Diggins and set off. Let's go, Diggins. Diggins let out a strong cry. Roger, no doubt about it, brother. The Royal City Giant, a place where even the Ice Dragon clan doesn't dare to approach casually, yet Yiwu says he will go. Diggins thought to himself, although I am still a bit scared, as long as I am with my brother, I have nothing to fear anymore. Glenn smiled faintly as he watched Yiwu's figure grow distant. He thought, although Yiwu is hiding something from me, he surely has his own reasons. I completely trust his decision. I hope he returns safely. Meanwhile, Yiwu reminded himself, before I sneak into the royal city, I have one important thing to do, which is to locate Lochiel first. I cannot let her stab me in the back when I come to rescue Lord Thor. The system announced, currently, Yiwu has identified two important positions. One is Marilyn, who is now in the realm of Yamnatan. The other is Lochiel, but her current position in the realm is still unclear. Yiwu was stunned. this means she is not in the two realms that have been explored. Forget it, as long as she doesn't obstruct my plan, it's fine. Diggins called out to Yi Wu, brother, ahead is the royal city giant. I know you are very brave, but as a brother, I still have to remind you of one thing. The reason the royal city giant is dangerous is because it is located at the edge of the giant realm and the realm of death, simultaneously drawing power from both realms. Diggins continued, the giant king in the royal city has terrifying strength, comparable to the power of Zeustin. Although he hasn't acted for over 1,000 years, I think his strength has only increased, not decreased. Previously, I boasted that I wasn't afraid of him, but if I really had to face him, I fear I would be nothing. Yi Wu reassured him, don't panic. I definitely won't be foolish enough to confront the giant king directly. I come to the royal city for another purpose and will only win swiftly. Diggins replied, then I'm at ease, brother. Standing before the royal city giant, Yi Wu thought to himself, Diggins is not wrong. This royal city giant not only emanates a bone-chilling coldness but also mixes with an energy that makes one feel suffocated. But Yi Wu wore a mask, changed his coat, standing there mumbling, with this frost-formless mask, it can conceal my energy. If I don't want to enter the royal city, it really would be a waste of effort to cover up. The large door opened, a towering figure appeared, and a cold voice rang out, who are you? Nim, the gatekeeper at level 700, with abundant strength and health, asked, why did you intrude into the royal city? Yi Wu was at a loss for words, wondering, WTF, isn't the mask supposed to completely conceal my energy? But the outcome is that I was still discovered. Isn't a legendary gear insignificant in front of the royal city? Nim curiously asked, you carry no repulsive scent, but instead emit a unique smell of the giant race. Could you be one of our giant race? But why are you so short? Yi Wu suddenly understood, the mask has transformed my energy into that of the giant race. Phew, this is indeed a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. If so. Yi Wu immediately knelt on one knee and declared, Your Majesty is wise, I was deemed a freak because of my short stature and was expelled from my clan. Fortunately, Lord Lochiel kindly raised me to become a person. This time, I am representing her to visit the royal city to check on the maturation status of that thing. Nim questioned, isn't it true that she always comes alone? Nim continued, why send someone like you this time? Yi Wu immediately replied, lying without batting an eye, because she had business to attend in the realm, that's why I was sent. Nim contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to agree. I don't smell any lying energy on you. Come with me. Yi Wu cautiously said, thank you, sir. He glanced around, wow, it's so big, this is my first time in the royal city, it's been a lifetime wish of mine. Yi Wu looked at Nim with admiration in his eyes. I truly admire you, sir, for being able to hold the position of the gatekeeper of the royal city. You must be very strong, right? Nim warned, in the royal city, it is forbidden to talk too much, we've arrived. He pointed to a door, this is where that thing is, but only Lochiel and the king know how to open it. The king is currently asleep. Nim lowered his voice, if you were sent by Lochiel, she must have told you how to open this door. Nim aimed his spear at Yi Wu, his killing intent palpable, either open it, or die. Yi Wu fell silent, not responding. Suddenly, several signals on the door lit up in sequence. Yi Wu pretended to ask, what are you talking about, sir? Nim calmly replied, of course I know how to open the door, otherwise, why would I come here? Yi Wu silently sighed, fortunately, before controlling the time thread, I paid attention to how Lochiel opened the door, otherwise, it would have been hard to avoid a fierce battle. The door opened, Yi Wu deliberately asked Nim, are you coming in with me, my lord? Nim turned and walked away, responding, no need, what's inside here is not something I can look at. I'll wait for you outside the door. The door closed, and Yi Wu breathed a sigh of relief, phew, finally here. If it weren't for so many methods, I'd have been dead at least twice by now. This door definitely can block all energy. The next important thing was Lord Thor, who was shackled with both hands in one place, yelling, hey, kid, the only ones I've met here are the giant old man and Lochiel. Who are you to dare come here? Looking at the energy on you, you're from the giant race, but I've never seen such a short giant before. What do you want? Yu raised his hand to hold his mask. Seeing you so spirited, I can rest assured, Lord Thor. As for me, Yu took off his mask and replied, of course, I'm here to save you. Lord Thor was momentarily stunned. This energy of yours, are you immortal? Solto was tightly bound, exhausted, his eyes filled with fear. He spoke in a trembling voice, save me. A mere mortal like you dares to speak loudly? There's a super being here, you can't even get close to me. You're one of Lochiel's people, right? Come here to toy with me? If so, then go back and tell her that I will definitely make her die a miserable death. Yi Wu ignored the harsh words and continued to approach. Solto panicked further, his eyes clearly showing surprise, and inwardly thought, wait a minute. Is this mortal really coming towards me? I can sense a dense aura of power emanating from his body. This kid. Is he serious? Yi Wu coldly looked at Solto, his voice filled with authority. He transformed and said, if I say I will save you, then I will save you. But with your attitude, I'm even less inclined to help you, Hayes. Upon hearing this, Solto turned pale and hurriedly shouted, don't. Please. I believe you, I believe in you. From your demeanor, I can see your strength. Please save me quickly. At that moment, a notification echoed from the server, warning, warning. Using the account, the immortal Baldy poses a risk of consciousness being devoured. Please be cautious. Yi Wu replied, I know. If it weren't for wanting to save you, I really wouldn't want to use this account anymore. He stepped closer to the man, his head shining. In his mind, he thought, in the end, I can only take a gamble this once. Can the divine artifact that the dwarf gave me help eliminate the side effects of the immortal Baldy status? The system explained further, the divine artifact is supported by Sisyph's long golden hair, combined with divine power, helping to attach the hair to the scalp, enabling a fusion that allows for eternal growth and prevents hair loss. After completing the process, the system announced, the emo status, the immortal Baldy has been dispelled, restoring the majestic appearance from before, regaining enthusiasm for life, and feeling full of energy. The system explained, when excited, everything you see becomes interesting and fresh, and various attributes increase significantly. After the hair transplant, Yi Wu happily shouted, "A. This is so exciting. Everything I see becomes interesting. This feeling, I haven't experienced it in a long time." Then he walked towards the gate, speaking as he went, after being emo for countless years, now I want to activate the serious state. Solto asked, based on your own knowledge, can you resist the super dimension cube pollution? Well done. But if you want to save me, you must destroy the device that is holding me captive. What do you plan to do? He drew the hammer, using his ultimate skill with a resounding bang. He said, of course, it must be done. He struck the gate with the hammer and exclaimed, no wonder it's a weapon of the gods. Just touching it, I can feel the dense lightning power operating within. Interesting. From inside, Solto heard the other person using Mjolnir to save him and quickly raised his voice to intervene. If you intend to use my Mjolnir to save me, I advise you to abandon that plan. Not to mention that it is currently being suppressed by the Super Cube. In the 9 realms, besides me and the old man, no one else can wield it. A mere mortal like you absolutely cannot. Yi Wu, upon hearing this, immediately asked back, what are you talking about? Just then, the gate was broken down. The blonde-haired man saw it and gaped in astonishment, oh my god, how is it possible? How can a mortal wield my divine weapon? Wait a minute. The charm of Mjolnir cannot be resisted. Could it be that he won't return it and will just escape with the hammer? Seeing Solto's panicked expression, he asked, what's with that look on your face? Like I'm planning to take your hammer or something? Don't worry, I won't waste the treasures of heaven like that. This hammer can only reach its greatest value in your hands. He heard this and took up the hammer, praising Yi Wu, I admit I've underestimated you. You're quite something, kid. Regardless of character or strength, this is my affirmation, Thunder God Ancestor. Yiwu looked at the cube and thought, this cube indeed comes from the outer god deep in the sky. It is absorbing the power of the land of giants, the realm of death, and Mjolnir is developing rapidly. Moreover, this energy is similar to the pollution that has invaded the stronghold. Could it be that the fragment comes from the super micro cube? He prepared to strike the cube, thinking to himself, destroy it. At that moment, a girl emerged from a tunnel, and upon seeing Yiwu, she said, "Oh, I never expected someone could enter the royal city of giants. Moreover, it's a handsome and powerful person. A man with your strength truly captivates me. Are you the righteous messenger coming to save Solto? By the way, my name is Lochiel, a god, and I'm also here to save Solto." Solto saw her and shouted loudly, preparing to swing the hammer, "Don't be seduced by that crazy woman. She is lying. She is the one who imprisoned me here. She's best at deceitful schemes, especially seduction. Someone like you won't be able to handle her, let me deal with her." Solto's hammer struck hard against Lochiel's face, but she only lost a little blood. Seeing this, Solto immediately grabbed her and shouted, "You wicked girl. I told you before, didn't I? When I regain my freedom, I will definitely make you pay a terrible price." After saying that, he slammed Lochiel down onto the ground. However, right after that, she completely disappeared. Solto stood in shock, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Enraged, he roared, "She's up to her tricks again." Outside, two people were observing the situation. One of them spoke up, "It seems that Solto has been corrupted by the cubic virus deep in the sky. He's gone mad. I should leave this cube and go somewhere else to avoid further contamination. Solto, you are both handsome and valiant. This matter is up to you to deal with, alright?" Inside, Solto was still furiously destroying everything around him. He bellowed, "Wicked girl, if you're skilled, stop running. Come here and fight me face to face." Yiwu slowly approached Solto. Upon seeing him, Solto angrily shouted, "Damn it! The more beautiful the woman, the better she knows how to lie. Don't believe a word she says, or you'll die. I will beat you to death." Yiwu calmly replied, "Of course I don't believe her. I have seen through all her deceitful tricks and schemes long ago." Hearing this, Solto was astonished. "Fellow friend, have you also been charmed by her? It's a pity that you let her escape." Yiwu quickly reassured, "Don't worry, she can't escape. As long as I know her ultimate goal, I will find a way to stop her from activating the time control device." The server announced, "Time has returned to the designated point set by the host." Solto said, "She ran again." The system notified, activated the 10th time rewind. Solto remarked, "She ran again. What good is your method?" The system notified, activated the 100th time rewind. Time has returned to the host's designated point for the 100th time. At that moment, Yiwu swung a punch at Lochiel. She merely smiled, "Ha, you told him to subdue Solto, so why are you throwing punches at me? Never mind, I will take my leave. Someone bigger will come to play with you." Having said that, she vanished. Yiwu, furious, exclaimed, "Damn it! No matter how far back in time I go, Lochiel always has various tricks up her sleeve to cope and escape with the cube. Her god-level escape skills truly make it impossible for me to predict. It seems I have to change my strategy." A voice echoed, "Guardian of the Royal City Nim, how is it? Letting a mouse slip in." At that moment, a figure appeared. Laufey stepped in, coldly saying, "You filthy mortal, you have overstepped your bounds. This place is not a realm where lowly beings like you can tread." "Done," he continued, "prepare to welcome death." Solto rushed towards Laufey, shouting loudly, "Frost Giant King Laufey! You conspired with Lochiel, I must defeat you for revenge." Laufey immediately criticized, "Son of Augustine, Lord Thor Solto. Compared to the father of the gods, you are too reckless. Before challenging a king, do you not have the necessary respect and etiquette? Solto retorted instantly, one blow from Mjolnir Thor is the greatest respect I have for you. Having said that, he swung the hammer violently to attack Laufey. However, Laufey blocked it with his hand. He angrily said, "Humph. I never expected the title of the god of lies and schemes of Lochiel to be so easily seen through. But fine, I originally wanted to declare war on your father. So, let's start by killing his son first." Laufey gathered a large amount of power and then shot it straight towards Solto, coldly declaring, "Today, you will definitely not survive to leave my royal city." Solto quickly used a skill to resist that enormous power. He shouted in anger, "You talk too much, giant. Today I want to see who will be the one to die." After a while, a loud explosion occurred, blowing everything away. Yi Wu excitedly exclaimed, "This is the battle between the high-level god and the giant king. Just a bit of the residual might from these two sources of power colliding is equivalent to a nuclear explosion. Exciting, truly exciting. Fighting at this level makes the blood in my veins boil." At this moment, Yi Wu was filled with exhilaration. He was ready to charge into the battle alongside the two. He wanted to take it seriously for once because with such a magnificent sight, how could he possibly be absent? But before Yi Wu could finish his words, he was unexpectedly transported to another space. He panicked, "Why have I been teleported out of Royal City, giant? Could it be that?" Before he could speculate, an angry voice rang out, "As the gatekeeper of Royal City who has never failed, I let myself be deceived by a little bug like you. Damn it, truly damn it. You will experience the agony of your body and soul being torn apart by me." It turned out that it was the gatekeeper of Royal City, named Nim. Without giving Yi Wu a chance to react, Nim summoned his undead. He shouted loudly, "Come forth, warriors of the spirit who died for Royal City. I command you to continue fighting." Immediately, two giant undead named Tang Mu and Jie Shui appeared. One of them laughed heartily, "Ah! Just waking up and already there's a fresh body and soul waiting for us. This is truly a gift from the king." The other chimed in, "Ha! This kid is so scared he can't even speak, it's a bit disappointing." Yi Wu sneered, his voice full of sarcasm, "Scared and trembling? No way. It's just that I'm so excited I'm shaking. Even if you two are merely two lumps of stone condensed from undead energy, I find the thought of smashing you to bits quite entertaining." With that, Yi Wu lunged forward, punching off the heads of both giants. Watching this, Nim felt a bit of admiration for Yi Wu but still laughed contemptuously, "Without using any weapons or magic, just relying on your physical strength to kill my giant undead. It seems you're quite confident in the strength of your body. Then next, how long can you endure against the creature once favored by the king, the strongest beast of the land of giants, who was once slain by Augustine?" "Ha ha!" A fierce beast suddenly appeared, staring at Yi Wu and growling threateningly. Yi Wu immediately knocked it out in an instant. Looking at the beast lying motionless, he found it quite interesting but still didn't feel satisfied. Nim stood there, panic-stricken, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Fenrir, Fenrir. Yi Wu with his glowing red eyes stepped toward Nim. "You can control this thing, which proves your own strength is quite formidable, right? Come here, I hope you can make me feel a little more excited." Sweat poured down Nim's forehead as he quickly retreated and slammed the royal city door shut. In his mind, he was confused. Who would dare to fight him? Even the ultimate move couldn't challenge him. This guy's strength is nearly at the king level. Fortunately, the large door of the royal city is sturdy enough. Even Augustine couldn't break through. Just by closing the door, I am safe. Suddenly, Yi Wu charged straight in, delivering a punch that shattered the large door. He smiled, his gaze icy. "Don't run. We haven't fought yet, why are you running? You were acting so imposing before. What about now? Saying it disappears just like that?" Nim, terrified, shouted, "How is that possible? A door this big." Before he could finish, Yi Wu launched a series of punches at him. Nim could only retreat, his initial momentum vanishing without a trace, Didn't you say if you couldn't open the secret door, you would have to die? Yiwu scoffed, didn't you say you wanted to tear me apart? Why are you so quiet now? Yiwu continued, the result is only this, a bit disappointing. He screamed in pain, is the power at this level really that of a mortal? What kind of monster are you? I have tried my hardest. In the end, Yiwu also defeated Nim. The system immediately announced, you have successfully captured Frost Giant King Nim into Ice Essence, as Frost Giant King Nim has collected many Frost creature undead. The Frost Essence obtained a large amount of Frost Aura reserves. Hearing this, Yiwu was delighted and said, this time I bought one and got so much, truly interesting. On the side of Solto, he was almost defeated, damn it, I have been out of the Golden City for too long, the divine power in my body is almost depleted, only relying on Mjolnir Thor can I hold on until now. While the Giant King on his territory can replenish strength almost endlessly, this time it's troublesome. Laufey immediately charged towards Solto, he raised his fist and shouted, Lochiel's plan is not without some success, at least it has weakened a nuisance only second to Augustine, allowing me to easily kill. Suddenly, Yiwu rushed towards them, at such a crucial moment, how can I be absent? He immediately equipped the god-breaking gauntlets, which could shatter space randomly. Laufey immediately deflected Yiwu's attack, you are still alive? This proves you have defeated Nim, that useless piece of trash. Clearly, I bestowed upon him a very powerful divine weapon. Yiwu smiled and replied, is what you speak of the lamp in his hand? Indeed, it is quite interesting, but not powerful enough. Laufey exclaimed in astonishment, so you have encountered my deathly lovehound. I must admit, you are stronger than I expected. Your strength, in a mortal, is truly rare. It's just a pity that on my territory, you stand no chance of winning. In the distance, Solto observed the two fighting, full of surprise. Behind the Giant King, cracks in the beast essence keep appearing. Can Yiwu truly generate beast essence with his strikes? Is this something a mortal can achieve? But then, Solto muttered helplessly, but it's useless, each time I make him bleed, he absorbs the frost and death energy to heal. What more can I do? Just as Solto finished speaking, Laufey gathered energy and fully recovered. He arrogantly shouted, I told you, on my territory, no one can defeat me. Augustine also looked at Yiwu, calmly saying, the strength of your body truly exceeds my expectations. But as long as I trap you in eternal eastern soil, you are sure to lose. He immediately rushed towards Yiwu, now, this final punch is the frozen coffin for you to have a good sleep. Yiwu also charged forward and shouted loudly, I know you're constantly healing, that's why I have to use this method to fight you. Right after that, a fireball appeared behind Laufey. It seemed like my opportunity had finally come. Saying that, I immediately pushed him towards the fireball and yelled, I want to see who will be turned into ice first, you or will you melt away due to the temperature of this planet. Laufey remained oblivious and mocked, Yiwu, a mortal, I really overestimated you, thinking you could use illusion to deal with me? Do you really think this kind of illusion can trick me? Yiwu scoffed in reply, whether it's an illusion or not. You just feel it with your 1,000-year frozen body. As soon as Laufey's body touched the fireball, it immediately began to melt. He panicked and thought wildly, wait, why is my body melting? Isn't this an illusion? Could it be that Lochiel ran away to leave me with this troublesome opponent? Then, he immediately shouted to negotiate with Yiwu. He believed that both he and Yiwu had been deceived by Lochiel, so there was no need to fight recklessly. Seeing that Yiwu had no intention of letting him go, Laufey hurriedly suggested, as long as you are willing to spare me, I promise I will never invade the divine realm again. Treasures, power, rights of mine, whatever you want, I will give you all. Yiwu immediately refused, you say that now, but all I want is to kill you. Laufey was furious, constantly shouting, this madman. We have no grudges against each other, both being exploited by Lochiel. Why do you have to capture me like this? Do you want me to die? Fine, but don't think you can live either. Let's die together in the heat of this star. Yiwu pushed him hard into the fireball, coldly saying, who wants to die with you? A bit of warmth like this is no different for me than soaking in a hot spring. Luffy, astonished, shouted, "How is that possible? With a mortal body, how can you stand firm on this star? What on earth are you?" In the end, he was completely consumed by the fireball. The system immediately announced, "Successfully killed the boss, received 2 billion experience." After the system updated the collected rewards, Yiwu immediately checked the list of items: Frost King's beheading axe, weapon of the Frost Giant King. Concentrates the power of the enemies defeated by Yiwu. Shield of Absolute, God-level equipment, carries the power of wind. When used, increases evasion by 30% and movement speed by 30%. Cloak of Winter, God-level equipment, harnesses the power of winter wind, increases evasion by 30% and speed by 30% when worn. Seeing these items, Yiwu could not hide his joy, shouting, "No wonder they call him the King of Frost Giant." All top-tier equipment dropped. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a warning, "Alert! Alert! Due to hair damage, the suppression power of the Immortal Baldy account is about to appear. Please quickly exit the current account." Hearing this, Yiwu suddenly became anxious. He thought to himself, "This is not good. Sif's long golden hair can't withstand the heat from this star. If it gets burned into a bald head again, this dominant account might really be rendered useless." Then, Yiwu immediately flew towards the core of the account. Even though he was moving away from this star, his hair continued to burn under the radiation of this star, and he felt he had to quickly leave this place. He needed to return to the current account. As soon as Yiwu approached the core of the account, he noticed it was shrinking rapidly and was about to disappear. He felt like he no longer had time. Suddenly, Yiwu noticed something very bright near the core of the account. He immediately flew closer and discovered it was Sun's Mjolnir Thor. The moment Yiwu grasped Mjolnir Thor, he instantly returned to the original account. "I'm back. Solto, did you save me? How did you manage to do that? Clearly we are in different accounts, and the account crack has already closed." Solto smirked and said, "Ha, aren't I clever? Seeing the entrance to the account close, I bravely acted with ingenuity and threw the hammer. Because no matter where Mjolnir Thor is, in any time or account, I can summon it back in an instant. It's just that this move consumes an enormous amount of energy. I've used almost all of my remaining divine power. This feeling is really unpleasant." Yiwu immediately instructed the system to escape from the Immortal Baldy account, then reached out towards Solto. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Solto, for saving me." Solto clasped hands with Yiwu and excitedly said, "I should really thank you, because you saved me first, and you also dealt with my god's greatest enemy. Alright, starting today, Yiwu, you are officially my brother, Lord Thor Solto, and the only mortal I fully acknowledge." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a growling sound echoed from somewhere. Yiwu was confused, unsure what that sound was. He suspected it came from beneath the earth. Solto immediately shouted a warning to Yiwu, "Not good, the giant sleeping beneath Royal City has awakened. It must be because of the Giant King's death, which has loosened their powers binding." After saying that, Solto slumped to the ground, helpless. "Damn it, I'm exhausted right now. The High God's weapon can directly open a portal to the Golden City, but unfortunately, I no longer have enough divine power to open the portal." Yiwu immediately spoke up, "Then we only have the way back to the main city at the front checkpoint, leaving through the ship's entrance there." "I came that way before." Solto silently thought, "I am just a burden to you, as I have exhausted all my energy." Then, Solto stood up, walked toward the giants, and shouted, "Yiwu, you go ahead, I will fight these guys with everything I have. Even though I am exhausted, I still have the strength to deal with these rocks." Yiwu chuckled and said, "Now is not the time for heroics." Then the system immediately switched to the ace pilot account Sham Hui. Solto was puzzled as to where Yiwu suddenly got such a large chunk of metal. Yiwu replied, "No time to explain, get in the plane, I'll take you flying." After that, the two got into the plane and took off. Solto exclaimed in amazement, "Yiwu, you are truly incredible. The speed of this iron bird is about to catch up with father of God's eight-legged horse. At the giant realm Jotunheim, the commander of the God Watchtower, the martial god, noticed an unfamiliar object flying towards them and immediately reported to Glenn, Lord Glenn, there is something approaching at high speed over there. Could it be a new ambush? Glenn immediately ordered them to prepare for battle. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar energy from that aircraft and instructed all the Valkyries to prepare to pay their respects. As soon as Solto stepped off the plane, Glenn spoke up, Lord Thor, Your Highness, you who have been missing for so long, it brings us great joy to see you return safely. Solto said, This matter must be thanked to Yiwu, for he saved me. Glenn immediately turned to thank Yiwu, so you took the risk of going to the royal city giant to save Lord Thor. You have fulfilled the responsibility that was supposed to be ours. On behalf of all the Valkyries, I extend my sincerest gratitude to you. Yiwu replied, Now is not the time for thanks, because this matter is not over yet. Saying that, he pointed behind him and explained seriously, The frost giant king is dead. Without his control, these crazed frost giants will continue to attack the main watchtower. Their numbers may be great, but if we destroy the main watchtower, we can trap them here, preventing them from ever invading the divine realm. The guards overheard Yiwu's words and immediately rebutted, What? Destroy the main watchtower? How many casualties have we suffered to hold this place, and now you want us to just abandon it? The frost giant king is dead? Are you joking? Do you think I will believe you? That's right, the soldiers guarding the main watchtower won't act at all. Based on what should we listen to a mere mortal like you? Just because you say we should abandon it, does that mean we will? Solto angrily shouted, Is it your turn to spout nonsense here? If even he doesn't have the qualifications, then who does? Everyone listen carefully to me. Yiwu's opinion is my command. If anyone dares to be discontent, I'll throw him out for the giants to feed on. The guards, hearing this, became flustered and quickly complied, Understood. Lord Thor, please calm down. We will immediately follow Master Yiwu's orders. At the main checkpoint of the God City, the monsters were attacking while shouting, Get out here, you dogs of God. I will chop you up into pieces. Another one laughed loudly, mocking, it seems those cowardly ghosts have all run away. What else can they brag about that the main checkpoint will never fall? Is that all they have? They continued to shout, It's the perfect time to use the teleportation gate in this main city and kill all the way to Divine Realm. I will definitely twist Ozis's head off to avenge our king. However, before the plan was completed, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. They panicked and yelled, It's a trap! This is a trap! Retreat quickly! Inside the city, hurried footsteps echoed. In Golden City, inside the Holy Temple, the gods were talking excitedly, Look! Is that Lord Thor? Is it really Thor? Hasn't he been missing for a long time? They were discussing among themselves, next to him is a mortal. That is the person whom the god of creation specially allowed to enter the Holy Temple last time. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Solto slung an arm around Yiwu and walked in, a bright expression on his face. The people around couldn't help but murmur, Lord Thor seems to be very close to that mortal. Am I not mistaken? Lord Thor, who has always been arrogant, is now interacting so familiarly. Solto ignored the gossip and boldly declared, Old man, I've finally come back. A deity shouted, Solto, where have you gone this time? Why have you been missing for so long? I thought you were dead. Solto quickly replied, Father, you're still as serious as ever. This time I wasn't missing in a usual way, rather, I was trapped by a rotten woman. She secretly colluded with the Frost Giant's king and imprisoned me deep within the royal city of ice and bone. He continued, Fortunately, Yiwu saved me. Not only that, but he also killed the Frost Giant's king, resolving a major hassle for us. The whole uncontrolled bunch of frost giants was also dealt with thanks to his clever plan to wipe them out. Thus, we cannot treat him poorly. A deity nodded, Of course. Thanks to my divine wisdom and strength, Yiwu stayed to help our gods. You speak the truth. The gods could not help but be alarmed upon hearing this news. One of them exclaimed, "What? Am I hearing this wrong? Is it Lord Lochiel who has imprisoned Lord Thor?" Another one spoke up, "This is hard to believe. Lochiel, being one of the most noble gods, how could he harm Lord Thor, who is also a master, right?" There was someone in the group who raised a question: what is the background of this mortal, that he possesses such celestial abilities? Solto, overhearing their words, was filled with rage. He pointed directly at the two people who were talking and shouted, scolding, "Are you doubting me? Am I still lying?" The two stood there, seeing Lord Thor react in such a way, instantly felt afraid. One replied, "No, we wouldn't dare." The other added, "Our father, I think I might have some insights as well." Solto turned to Yiwu and asked, "I have sent people searching everywhere, yet cannot find the whereabouts of Thor. Yiwu, how did you manage to locate him?" The other gods below began to discuss again. One of them could not help but exclaim, "No wonder he is the father of gods, one phrase and it hits the mark." Another god continued to question, "We, the gods, know nothing of Lord Thor's whereabouts. What does this mortal named Yiwu rely on to possess this knowledge?" Finally, a curious god speculated, could it be that he is a spy controlled by Lochiel, acting as a double agent between the gods and the frost giants, thereby helping Lochiel achieve some goal? Hearing this, Solto turned to Yiwu and asked quietly, "Yiwu, it's not that I doubt you, but what God just said does make sense. How did you know I was trapped in the royal city giant? I know you are not ordinary, you must have used some special means. But you should explain to everyone to avoid misunderstandings." Yiwu calmly replied, "Now that it has come to this, I will no longer conceal it. But what I am about to say next, you all must prepare yourselves." Solto asked back, confused, "Prepare ourselves? Prepare for what?" After a few minutes of silence, Solto suddenly shouted, unable to believe, "What? Yiwu, are you saying you can control time?" A murmur arose, with another voice following up, "Moreover, you even come from the other world, and you've prophesied the destruction of the god realm and the dusk god destroying the 9 realms. This is really hard to believe. Stop scaring people here. Controlling time? Even a deity can't do that, let alone a mortal like you. And about prophesying the destruction of God and the 9 realms? With the Father of God, eternal here, the 9 realms will forever be safe and sound." Yiwu patiently continued, "I have not only seen the sunset of God, but I have also witnessed the demise of Lord Thor and Father of God. If we leave it unattended for too long, this outcome is likely to occur." Hearing this, the group became furious, shouting, "Incredible, a mere mortal dares to utter such words, you absolutely lack the capability. You are clearly presiding over Lord Thor and Father of God, I implore you to punish this mortal." Upon hearing this, Yiwu immediately stood up and shouted, "Silence! Be quiet all of you." One elite among them spoke up, "Yiwu, if your abilities are genuine, then you surely know where Lise is right now?" Another person agreed, "Even if what this mortal says is true, Lochiel, being the goddess of schemes and deceit, if she wishes to hide, no one can find her." The elite one nodded in agreement. Indeed, ever since the path of radiance was destroyed, even Father of God is unclear about the whereabouts of God. How could a mortal possibly know? He confidently crossed his arms and replied, "Of course I know. Back when I was at Royal City Giant, I traveled back in time 100 times. While I let Lochiels take the super virus cube and run away, I also discovered that in those 100 times, she always ran in the same direction, into the realm of blazing flames." Hearing this information, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Solto quickly said, "What? Is it that place? That's somewhere our gods absolutely cannot step foot in. How could it be there? This time it's a hassle." The Father of God understood something and immediately ordered, "Gods, hear my command. From now on, the God realm is to enter a state of battle readiness, the entire area on high alert." All the gods answered the order loudly. Yiwu turned to Solto and asked, "Gods seem very afraid of that place. Are they really that scared?" Solto replied, "As a mortal, it's normal for you not to know. That realm is the Fire Nation in the 9 realms, situated in eternal extreme heat. As he spoke, Solto began to imagine that place. He continued, the realm of blazing flames has been a forbidden land for gods since the creation, and it is also a place where gods cannot set foot. At the same time, this is the domain of the giant king Tursu. Yiwu continued, thousands of years ago, when the old man was still young, he was at his peak, leading the forces of the entire divine realm, but he only barely managed to defeat Tursu. Solto continued, his face becoming serious. In fact, from the very beginning of creation, Father received the prophecy of the twilight of the god. Everyone knows this day will come, but no one knows when. The condition to open the twilight of the god is related to the realm of blazing flames, which is why everyone is so anxious. After listening, Yiwu understood and replied, so that's it. A god has an opinion, Father of God. In the 9 realms, only the realm of blazing flames is a place where our gods have never set foot. There is also no stronghold of ours there. So who should we send to capture Lokier? After all, even a god cannot withstand the heat of the realm of blazing flames. Solto agreed with this perspective and replied, that's right, even I cannot last half an hour there, so old man, definitely do not send me. The Father of God was helpless and speechless. Just then, Yiwu's eyes lit up, saying, I'll go. Us humans are not afraid of heat, it lies where warmth accumulates. The gods were taken aback and mocked, what? This mortal dares to raise his voice now. Not stopping there, they continued to discuss Yiwu, he truly knows nothing. The realm of blazing flames is a place that even Lord Thor does not dare to enter. He will be incinerated within a second. Another countered, but he can manipulate time and even defeated the frost giant king. Perhaps he has some special tricks, who knows, he might actually succeed. The Father of Gods remained silent for a long time, then spoke as he walked, let's discuss this matter later. He turned to Solto and Yiwu, you two come with me to the treasure vault. Solto happily draped his arm around Yiwu, laughing, it seems the old man has acknowledged and trusts your abilities, he wants to reward you. This is the first time he's been so generous. Yiwu was equally pleased and replied, if he is so sincere, I won't be polite. A thought flashed through his mind, I didn't expect to use this method to enter the treasure vault. This time I must boldly take something significant to make up for the regrets of the past. At that moment, in the treasure vault of Augustine, there stood a gigantic tree with shining golden leaves. Solto looked at Yiwu, smirking with satisfaction, kid, today you are considered very lucky. The old man took the initiative to lead you to his treasure. Throughout my life, I can count on one hand the number of times I've been allowed in here. Yiwu, equally delighted, laughed and replied, really? Augustine frowned, reminding, Solto, don't say such nonsense. He turned to Yiwu, speaking gently, Yiwu, to thank you for saving Solos and exposing Lokier's evil scheme, I permit you to choose 2 items at will from the divine artifacts hidden here. Solto immediately showed a confused expression, pouting at his father, Dad, that's a bit biased. The items here you don't even let me touch normally, yet now you're giving Yiwu 2 items. Yiwu's eyes lit up, unable to hide his happiness. He responded, if you are that generous, I have no reason to refuse. Solto let out a cunning laugh, patting Yiwu on the shoulder and saying, Yiwu, let this big brother choose for you. I guarantee I will help you pick 2 top-tier artifacts that will make the old man vomit blood. After saying that, the two stood before the treasure vault, admiring the divine artifacts that were shining brightly. Solto pointed to a gigantic sword, speaking in a serious tone, this sword of victory originally belonged to a powerful god. After he perished, the sword was stored here. It falls under the special category of divine swords. He chuckled, continuing, this sword has the ability to automatically lock onto targets and strikes with extreme sharpness and power. What do you say, are you interested? Yiwu shrugged in reply, if Solto doesn't fancy this sword, then let's swap it with another. Both of them shifted their gaze to another gigantic sword. Around the sword, powerful arcs of electricity flickered incessantly, creating a sense of majesty and danger. Solto spoke up to introduce, if we say the sword of victory is a weapon imbued with brilliant light, then this turfing is a demonic blade steeped in darkness and malice. Its attacking power is greater than that of victory, but once drawn from its sheath, it must be stained with fresh blood. Otherwise, it will turn against its wielder and consume them. Yi Wu smirked, casually commenting, "That's rather sinister. But compared to these two swords, I prefer a different sword." With that, both of them looked up at another sword, the Sword King. It radiated a colossal source of power but did so without ostentation, quietly spreading a peculiar divine aura that captivated those who beheld it. Solto was astonished, pointing at the Sword King? "Why have I never seen it before? Is this a new item your father has kept?" He thought to himself, on the outside, it looks ordinary, but the divine essence it emanates is indeed surprising. Turning to his father, Solto asked, "What is the origin of this sword?" Augustine remained silent, not answering, merely frowning slightly, his gaze lingering on the Sword King. Yi Wu chuckled softly, thinking to himself, "It seems the god has specially kept this Sword King in his treasury. He must be quite pleased with it. But I'm sorry, I have my eyes set on it." He pointed at the sword and asked, "I want this sword. Is that okay?" Augustine closed his eyes, sighed, and then, with regret, said, "This treasure of mine contains many precious items, yet you chose this sword. I also like it very much, but once I have made a promise, I cannot go back on my word. Take it, the Sword King is originally an item created by you, consider it a return to its owner." Yi Wu stepped forward and carefully took the sword. Solto, standing beside him, exclaimed in astonishment, "What? This sword was made by you? Kid, you are truly amazing. You are skilled even in weapon forging. There are not many treasures that can make my father show such a reluctant expression. Let me borrow it to take a look." Saying that, Solto snatched the sword from Yi Wu's hand. At that moment, the sword began to slowly dissolve, its form changing in a wondrous way. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic axe surrounded by powerful arcs of electricity. Solto was astonished, raising the axe high and feeling the strange power emanating from it. He said, "This sword can change into the type of weapon that suits my attributes. Even though I have never used an axe, why does it feel so familiar? Furthermore, this axe releases power that is no less than my hammer. Truly amazing." Augustine looked at Solto with a calm voice, "Don't get too engrossed with it. Yi Wu, you have one more divine artifact to choose from, go ahead." Yi Wu nodded, but his gaze lingered on a massive black stone tablet placed in the corner of the treasure chamber. After a brief contemplation, he looked up and asked, "Before I choose, I have a question. What is that huge black stone tablet? I am very curious about it." Pointing at the blackboard filled with strange symbols, he thought to himself, "You brought this here before I arrived, you must have noticed it. It looks just like a fragment from a black stone that once existed in my world. The only difference is that this board is complete." Augustine explained, "This is called the World Stone. It appeared at the same time as creation, recording all information and rules of the world. Your world does not have this." Yi Wu wondered, since it is called a recording of the world, could it be related to the origin? While he was lost in thought, Augustine suddenly reminded him, "Solto, have you played enough? Hurry up and return the Sword King to Yi Wu. Did you think I wouldn't know your thoughts?" Solto sheepishly replied, "You saw through it." He then returned the sword. Yi Wu placed his hand on the sword, quietly thinking, if the World Stone can record the information and rules of the world, then the rumors about restarting the world are not without foundation. Previously, the Han Mo group collected these fragments. Did they know its true purpose or was there another goal? I need to investigate this clearly after returning. Suddenly, a circle of blinding light appeared on the World Stone. Suddenly, the system announced, an extraordinary divine artifact has been detected reacting to the account plane watcher. The account has been automatically activated. Yi Wu was surprised, silently thinking, this abnormal aura can automatically activate the account? How strange. The system continued to notify, the plane watcher determines that this aura comes from the demonic plane. It has the ability to activate the transmission door to the demon realm. Only demons can enter. Therefore, it is very wicked. Please avoid this object, host. Yiwu picked up a red gemstone, quietly pondering. The demon realm can only be entered by demons. Quite interesting. But isn't this a coincidence? One of the skills of my demonic wings is the ability to freely traverse the demon dimensions. So, all of this is not a coincidence but fate. Solto approached, curiously asking, "What's wrong? Are you interested in this gem?" This demon blood jade is indeed very strange. Although it carries a tremendous demonic power inside, until now no one knows how to use it. Frankly speaking, it can only be looked at, not used. Yiwu replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" He held the gemstone out in front and asked, "May I take this one?" Solto was surprised, asking back, "Huh? Do you really want to take this? What are you thinking? There are so many treasures, but you choose this one?" Augustine nodded slightly, his gaze serious as he looked at Yiwu. He said, "All right, the 2 treasures I promised you are ready. Next, I want to discuss a few serious matters." His voice became calm yet weighty. "The schemes and betrayals of Lokier are matters internal to our divine race. As the god, she knows the strengths and weaknesses of each member of the clan. However, it is surprising that despite her intricate calculations, she could not foresee the emergence of an unexpected factor like you. In the end, she placed all her hopes on a mortal from another world. I sincerely apologize for this. But I hope you understand that even as the All-Father, I cannot accomplish everything. There are matters beyond my reach. Nonetheless, regardless of your true intentions, your willingness to assist our divine race is commendable. On behalf of the divine race, I thank you for all you have done." Solto stood nearby, arms crossed, an uncomfortable expression on his face. "Father, what's with that gentle expression of yours? I've never seen you like this. I am your son. You have never treated me this way and dare to say you are not biased." Yiwu smiled faintly, not paying attention to Solto's complaints. He replied, his tone calm yet full of implications, "It's all right. This is the arrangement of fate. The most important thing is that Lokier has bound her fate of enmity with me. Therefore, I will not easily let go." Looking up at the sky, Yiwu said in a deep voice, "I plan to reorganize and then set off to the realm of blazing flames." Augustine replied, "When the time comes, I will personally take you there." Solto reminded, "Father, don't overexert yourself. No matter how strong you are, you can only withstand the high temperatures of the realm of blazing flames for at most 1 hour." Suddenly, Glenn and Vacheli rushed over in a panic. Glenn, out of breath, said, "All-Father and Lord Thor, I have urgent news to report." Augustine frowned and asked, "What has happened?" Glenn replied, "Next, please allow Valkyrie Vacheli to explain clearly." Vacheli knelt down in salute and then seriously reported, "An hour ago, I saw Yiwu Master with Valkyrie Marilyn leaving the City of Gold. Given their previous relationship, I didn't think much of it. But when I clarified this with Glenn, I learned that the Yiwu was an imposter. He tricked Valkyrie Marilyn away." Yiwu was taken aback and asked, "What?" Solto curiously interjected, "Tricking the Valkyrie away? Is this the kind of good deed Lokier would do? But Marilyn is merely a new Valkyrie, what's the benefit of tricking her away?" Yiwu responded seriously, "It's not what you think. Marilyn is the key to this world. She will determine the ultimate fate of this world." Then he gritted his teeth in anger. Everyone was astonished and asked, "What is it?" Yiwu was worried, could it be that Lokier has discovered the importance of Marilyn? Damn it, the system's time control mechanism failed to lock Lokier. I have to prevent her from getting close to Marilyn. The system announced, locking failed. Target Lokier has disappeared from the timeline in the present world. Do you want to continue using time control? Yiwu wondered, disappeared from the timeline. Could it be that my ability has been exposed? Could it be because I used the timeline reset in the current world that she discovered? This is a bit troublesome. Yiwu thought to himself, if I can't locate Lokier, then the system should use the time control mechanism to lock Marilyn, she is the most important one. The system announced, locking failed. Target Marilyn has disappeared from the timeline in the present world. Yiwu panicked and asked, Marilyn has also disappeared from the timeline. Damn it, it must be that Lokier used a similar trick to hide Marilyn. Lokier truly lives up to the moniker of a god of cunning, this move was calculated. Then I will return to the time before I came back from the Giant King City, starting to keep an eye on Marilyn from then on. Notification system, this plan is feasible but will encounter bugs because Lokier and Marilyn have completely vanished from the current timeline. Although their disappearance can be understood as hidden or dead, Lokier himself still exists in the current spacetime. However, Lokier and Marilyn have been severed from this world's timeline by a force greater than themselves. The current timeline no longer encompasses the existence of the two. After that, a blinding light appeared, forming a new timeline. The system reminded, if you go back, it means opening a new timeline, not returning to the existing timeline. In the new timeline, the mission to prevent Valkyrie from falling will only achieve 50% effectiveness, significantly reducing the crazed slaughter debuff of the Valkyrie account. However, the outcome will still be mediocre. Only by completing the final mission in the main timeline can a perfect result be attained, completely eliminating the debuff of the account, allowing Valkyrie to restore her divine form. Yiwu thought, determined, no matter how much effort it takes to reach this point, I absolutely cannot stop midway and choose a mediocre outcome. Even if the difficulty increases, I must complete the final mission in the main timeline to achieve the perfect result. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists and shouted, O Father of Gods, please take me immediately to the realm of blazing flames. On silently thought, even if Lokier leads Marilyn to disappear from the thread of time, they might still be in the realm of blazing flames, having to fight a life and death battle with Lokier there. Moments later, they arrived at the center of the earth. The realm of blazing flames in this cave was filled with molten lava. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "You're awake." At this moment, Lokier was disguised as Yiwu, looking around. Marilyn called out to Yiwu. She looked around in confusion and asked Yiwu, "Where is this? Also, when did I faint?" Lokier pretended to gently answer, "My darling, the great deep space hypercube and giant realms battle sensed the extraordinary power radiating from you, that's why I came to find you." At this point, she placed her hand on her cheek and smiled softly. She turned around cunningly and said, "Unlike that boring old god, powerless against the fate of the twilight of the gods. All it knows is to follow the will of heaven, my treasure, it will help me, guide me, save me. The fate of everyone is in your and my hands." Then she extended her hand to tempt Marilyn, "You are destined for greatness, do not be held captive by the gods, becoming their tool. You must live for yourself, so abandon your identity as a Valkyrie. Join me in resisting the gods, then we will soar together." Marilyn was filled with dread, wondering, why is Yiwu saying such strange things? He is different from usual, too unusual. Could it be that he has been influenced by some kind of monster? Worried, she called out, "Yiwu, wake up. This is not you, you are not like this. Don't let that cube enchant you." At that moment, Lokier was still in Yiwu's form, gently touching her chin, calmly replying, "No need to worry, Marilyn. You don't need to think so much." Saying that, she moved closer, her voice soft but full of intent, "Didn't you say you like me a lot? Just do as I say, and you will be fine. I won't harm you." Marilyn was taken aback, quickly realizing the oddity. She immediately pushed Lokier away, her eyes filled with suspicion, asking bluntly, "You're not Yiwu. Who are you?" At this moment, Lokier revealed her true form, her face full of mockery, "You really are so stubborn, Marilyn. Whether I use the deep space cube to corrupt you or exploit your feelings for Yiwu to control you, it would all be useless." Marilyn stared directly at Lokier, her face igniting with rage. She declared, "So it turns out you are pretending to be Yiwu. God of lies and trickery, Lokier." Lokier snickered lightly, but before she could say anything, Marilyn continued firmly, "Yes, I like Yiwu. But I am not an idiot. No matter how you are the god of trickery, you can never mimic Yi Wu's special aura. Suddenly, a powerful source of light appeared, the brightness so dazzling that it enveloped the entire space. Gradually, the light transformed into the figure of a man, majestic and strong. He coldly said, "If you don't listen to me, then there's no need to waste any more time. I will directly break this aura and seize the power of the outer god within your body. Even if I lose a portion of my strength, it doesn't matter. Your abundant power will definitely help advance our plan by a significant step." Loki turned to him, hugged tightly, and gently replied, "I will listen to you completely, my darling." After that statement, she suddenly took her spear and ruthlessly pierced through Marilyn, sending her flying far away. Marilyn, in pain, struggled to grasp the spear, thinking to herself, "So fast, I couldn't react. Is this the power of a god?" Nevertheless, she still fought back with all her strength, holding tightly to the spear, but Loki looked at her with contempt and softly said, "The power within her body belongs to you completely, my darling." Saying that, Loki bent down and kissed the man deeply, as if to affirm her absolute loyalty. Elsewhere, Yi Wu had arrived at the center of the realm of blazing flames. He gazed in amazement at the surroundings and muttered, "No wonder they call him the father of gods. Even though there is no main city here, I can be directly brought to the central area through the blazing realm." Augustine, standing beside him, said in a steady voice, "This is not a difficult feat. My divine power is enough to encompass and resist the heat of this place. But why did you choose to rush directly into the center?" Yi Wu explained, "Instead of searching around like a fly, it's better to directly ask the master of this place. This way will be more effective and quicker." A moment later, the fiery giant King Tursu appeared. He ferociously asked Augustine, "Do you dare come to my domain? Have you forgotten the non-aggression pact we established 10,000 years ago? For the past 10,000 years, I have always adhered to the pact, yet now you break it. Do you intend to declare war on me?" Suddenly, Yi Wu was enveloped by a wave of dark purple power. He calmly replied, "No need to be hasty. We came here to find Loki. In your realm, she is hiding a god. Don't you know where she is?" Just then, the system sounded a notification, "Account the blazing emperor is under a temperature exceeding the standard. Received limited buff, the ultimate blazing dance. This buff temporarily upgrades to level 999 but only works in the realm of blazing flames." One of the giants surrounding them roared in anger, "This mere mortal dares to provoke our king? Tired of living, are we? Let's see if I can roast you into a pig to eat." However, this group of giants was insufficient to disturb Yi Wu. With a single strike, he neatly eradicated them all. Augustine calmly said, "I did not come here to declare war. I only want Loki to show herself. If she appears, we will leave immediately. But it seems she is not here." The fiery giant king laughed loudly, his voice dripping with sarcasm, "You can't even manage your own subordinates and dare to come to my domain to demand someone? Augustine, are you so old that you've become senile? Moreover, do you think this blazing domain is a place for others to hide?" Augustine raised the weapon in his hand, his gaze cold as he replied, "Your failure to directly deny it proves she is here. Call her out now. Otherwise, I will kill you once more, and this time there will be no feelings left." The fiery giant king showed no fear, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he said, "The wound you left me, Augustine, is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. Even after countless years, that pain still aches, reminding me that the time for my revenge has come." Augustine turned to Yi Wu, his voice steady but filled with urgency, "I will hold him off to buy time. You must quickly find Loki and Marilyn. Hurry!" Yi Wu immediately agreed and leaped away. In his mind, he could still sense the intense murderous intent emanating from the fiery giant king. He silently thought, could the matter between Augustine and him have anything to do with the twilight of the gods? Well, this is not the time to think about that. Just as Yi Wu moved, the fiery giant king roared, "Have I let you go?" He prepared to attack Yi Wu, but Augustine immediately blocked with his weapon in front, declaring fiercely, "Your opponent is me, Tursu. If you want to fight, then fight me. An overwhelming surge of power spread, both Augustine and Tersu had entered a state of full combat readiness. The divine shield Augustine declared boldly, the unfinished battle from 10,000 years ago will conclude here today. Tersu charged forward with a tumultuous momentum, shouting, align with my will. The two collided, commencing a life and death showdown. Every strike they exchanged created violent tremors, causing the realm of blazing flames to shake. Yiwu could clearly sense the immense power from their confrontation. He thought to himself, this force is truly terrifying. But I must delay time quickly, otherwise, it will be disadvantageous for Augustine. Yiwu looked around, wondering, with the immense size of the realm of blazing flames, where should I begin my search? Right, the drones. But they can't withstand the temperature here. How could I forget such an important matter? He took a deep breath and reassured himself, now that I possess divine level power, with the rank of the Blazing Emperor reaching 999. This is entirely my territory. Therefore, finding someone shouldn't be difficult. Yiwu raised his hand, casting his power to form a gigantic eye in the sky. He commanded powerfully, true eye full level, locate Lokier for me. No matter what scheme she has employed, I must find her. The system immediately reported, target position locked, Lokier and Marilyn. The time manipulation skill has recovered to normal. Would the host like to execute the command right now? He looked towards the position of the two others and replied, no need, I am in the realm of blazing flames like a fish in water, I have no need to go back, instead, I want to think of a way to suppress her here so she cannot escape. Yiwu's gaze suddenly changed, but first, we need to deal with the giant here to avoid unexpected events. Returning to the battle, the fiery giant king had been pierced through by the Father of Gods, his health only remaining at 20%. He did not expect, Augustine, although old, still hasn't diminished in strength compared to his peak years ago. Tersu knelt on the ground and said, I have underestimated you, I never expected to fight you with this frail body. I must apologize for my disrespect. But immediately after, he suddenly erupted with flames, I will use all my power to fight you to the death. Augustine was astonished, eternal flame, I thought I had separated it from your body in our previous battle and hidden it in the divine realm. Could it be? Tersu replied, that's right, the eternal flame is a gift from Lokier, a condition for me to protect her. As the Father of Gods, you didn't expect this, did you? At this moment, Tersu had recovered his health along with level 940, using the full form of the fiery giant king to prepare for battle and said, I originally intended to rest a little longer, but if the timing is ripe. He charged to attack Augustine, then let me open the twilight of your gods. With one slash, Tersu had severed the weapon in Augustine's hand, leaving him with only 30% health. Tersu held his sword ready to stab Augustine and said, you have no way out anymore. Augustine, accept your final fate. Suddenly, the sword was blocked by an unseen force. Tersu could not help but be astonished by the current situation. At the moment that seemed hopeless, Yiwu suddenly appeared, saving the god. It was only midday now, to say twilight had arrived was a bit early. Tersu exclaimed in surprise, you. The beast with firepower was quite shocked by Yiwu's prowess, a mortal can withstand my attack? The flames on you do not belong to our world. Who are you? As this man advanced, he also swung his sword, no wonder he was a god-level combatant with fire attributes, his gaze keen, but who I am isn't important, what's important is. Yiwu, filled with killing intent, pointed his sword at Tersu, I am very curious about whose fire is ultimately more powerful. Yiwu severed the sharp claws of Tersu, you're sharper than I thought. This sparked his interest in Yiwu, but that only makes it more enjoyable. Augustine completely drained my excitement, only you make me feel the thrill I haven't experienced in a long time. Saying that, he threw a fist toward the small figure in front of him. A powerful punch crashed down, sending rocks flying and creating strong gusts of wind. However, Yiwu had completely transformed and was able to withstand this dangerous blow. Well done, the force of this punch, if I hadn't reached full level, I would have probably been smashed to pieces. The advantage in terms of physique is quite apparent, isn't it? A sphere was gathering power high above, but if we're talking about physique. I am by no means inferior. Manifest, Flame Demon. Another beast appeared, growling at its master's command, known as the Flame Demon Complete Form. The system provided more detailed information about it. The Flame Demon Complete Form is the final boss in the world of the Blazing Emperor. After being defeated by the Blazing Emperor, it was bound by armor that restricted its power. The Blazing Emperor at full level could lift those bindings, unleashing the full might of the Flame Demon. The older man fighting alongside Yiwu couldn't believe his eyes, a surge of ominous power that surprises the onlooker, truly no less than Tursu with eternal fire. Yiwu, what kind of world do you come from? Tursu quite enjoyed this opponent. Having strength nearly equal to mine makes it interesting, doesn't it? The Flame Demon sneered, interesting. Haha, wait until I bite off your neck, then see if you still feel joyful. Yiwu turned back to speak with him. Father of gods, continuing to stand here could put you in greater danger. Quickly leave this place, I will handle it here. He reassured him, no need to worry, I can still hold on, but there is one thing I want to clarify. He asked, your strength has surprised me, even someone as knowledgeable as I am is astonished. But you have grown so powerful, why have you come to our world? What is your ultimate goal? He looked towards the two beasts locked in an unending battle. If so, then I will tell you everything. A tremor shook the ground, causing large rocks to shatter into countless smaller pieces. After hearing Yiwu's story, he had to exclaim, so that's it. The destruction of the world is still unavoidable? I never imagined even a ruler of the 9 realms like me would be unable to withstand the fate of my world. He was astonished that the burden could only be placed on a Valkyrie named Marilyn. It was truly unacceptable. However, even if the outcome could not be changed, there still existed another way to salvage the situation, to lessen the consequences. Though the destruction of the world could not be avoided, as long as one could leave before the world perished, the people in this realm could still have hope for survival. Father of gods, you will definitely find a way to make this happen, right? He said, this is a good idea. Ha, that's right, I really am getting old and senile, falling into this negative emotion. Thank you, Yiwu, for waking me up. He wasn't arrogant because of the old man's compliment, no need to thank me, this is what I should do. Saying that, Yiwu picked up 2 spears and asked, by the way, can I borrow these 2 eternal spears? The Father of Gods hesitated a bit, but they are already in your hands, and the divine power has also lost more than half, so they probably can't become your fighting strength now. It's okay, I will harmonize them with the royal sword to repair. Don't forget that you previously granted me divine craftsman. Yiwu transformed into the Blazing Emperor, then the next step is to end this battle. Both sides have already exhausted much of their power. Tursa still remained arrogant. This is so enjoyable, being able to fight someone of your strength, even if the battle shakes the heavens and earth, I won't feel tired. The Flame Demon was different, it showed no interest. Who is your kind? I have no interest in fighting to shake the heavens and earth with you. My only purpose is to prolong the time. At this moment, the Flame Demon shouted as if to announce, Tursu, you can go die now. Meanwhile, Yiwu charged straight towards Tursu with the spear. Being stabbed, Tursu merely scoffed, is that all? This kind of attack, which doesn't hurt or itch, is ineffective against me. But unexpectedly, Yiwu had another way, isn't that so? Using the Blazing Realm to separate your source of power, can you still be so speechless? He immediately endured the pain and cursed, damn it, my eternal fire, I will kill you. The Flame Demon had inserted its hand through his body. Tursu's form was torn in half, and it said, you no longer have this opportunity, only the scream remains, ah. Tursu was officially annihilated. The body of the ferocious beast from before was now divided into small flames falling down below. As for the old man, after witnessing this fight, he thought, this is the true power of the strongest among worlds. Even if it were me in my youth at my peak, I surely could not reach this height. The system notification, boss feat has been defeated, the enemy received 1 billion experience, 500 million gold, and the player received equipment. These items include the Twilight Sword, a heavy holy sword crafted from the stone of creation that fell into the realm of blazing flames, cultivated over countless years, containing blazing flames, capable of cutting through space and dimensions with its ultra-high temperature. The second item is the original flame tomahawk. Although it is a war axe made from fragments of the stone of creation, its power is also classified as a high-level blade. The body of the axe is hot, lacking extremely high fire attributes, making it uncontrollable. The third is the fiery shield wall. The flaming shield is inlaid with fragments of the stone of creation tempered at ultra-high temperatures. It has both ultra-high defense and ultra-high attack power. Regarding this, the fourth equipment, the burning demon longbow, does not require arrows and can shoot hot arrows like Mars, with extremely high attack power and accuracy. The fifth item, the burning magic wand, can summon powerful flame demons to fight, with a maximum of 5 able to be summoned at once. The sixth item is the crown of destruction, a symbol of fire, once a testament of the king. Finally, the eternal flame, also known as the primordial flame in chaos, rises from a fire that burns dust, creating hot air and forming the sky. Although intangible, it is eternal. Yi Wu was thrilled by these items. No wonder it is a boss with 900 experience points and divine level equipment. He held them until his hands felt weak from joy. However, Yi Wu descended, for he had only just completed the first step in his plan. It was not yet time to rejoice. He said, "Father of gods, I still wish to request another special divine from you." The deity was alarmed. "Your divine is already strong enough, do you still need my divine?" Deep in the earth, in the flame domain, the girl said, "My treasure, do you hear the earth-shattering sounds of battle outside? It must be the Father of gods clashing with the fiery giant king. Our plan has taken another step forward." A soul standing nearby remarked, "And now the sounds of battle outside have disappeared. It seems the outcome has been decided. I just worry about Tersu, that pawn. Will he really defeat Augustine? Let's go, let's verify." She embraced this person. "I bring eternal fire to Tersu, he will absolutely not lose." She added, "In the past, the Father of Gods could only subdue Tersu by gathering all his strength in the divine realm. But now he is old, and he can no longer win. There is nothing to worry about. As long as we absorb the outer god's power within Marilyn's body, we will be able to start destroying this world. Then, at that time, I will be eternally immortal with you, transcending the ultimate latitude, spreading wings to do as we wish." She laughed loudly, "Ha ha." A man approached from behind. "Lord Lokier, do you want to leave me behind?" She abruptly ended the conversation, and he clutched his bleeding arm. "That's great, I finally found you. I'm tired of fighting, I'm exhausted, I don't want to be caught up in this anymore." Glenn continued, "Now I understand, Lord Lokier, you were right. Refusing your confession before was my foolishness. Now, the only person I want to rely on is you. Are you still willing to accept me? Is this person like me an illusion? Was he created by Lord Lokier? I didn't expect my rejection to cause you such deep wounds. I'm very sorry, but rest assured, I will definitely repay you double in the future." Lokier looked at him and speculated, "The energy and divine essence on him are nothing unusual, there is no doubt it is Glenn. Furthermore, even if someone else were impersonating him, it cannot possibly be Glenn, the one I once confessed my feelings to without success. However, with Glenn's strength, he would not be able to cross through the realm of blazing flames to come here without being injured. This is clearly a fake." Lokier held her head. "Why is my heart in such turmoil?" The essence with the soul behind spoke, "There is no need to struggle. Regardless of whether he is real or fake, killing him is enough, do not let him interfere with our plans." She remained silent upon hearing this. The soul approached Glenn. "Lokier is hesitating, what is it? Do you need me to take action personally?" Suddenly, she grasped the arm of the entity. "What are you doing? Why do you want to stop me from killing him?" Within her, she had her own considerations. "He cannot die yet, I have my own arrangements with him." Glenn ran over. "Lokier, thank you for not giving up on me, I have already grown weary. With my ineptitude in battling in the giant realm, I realized my own insignificance. A humble, weak deity like me, no matter how hard I try, there are enemies I simply cannot defeat. Therefore, I no longer wish to struggle, I just want to be by your side. You will definitely protect me, right?" In an instant, she thought, even though everywhere is filled with absurdity and illusion, this feeling of the embrace is so real. She said, "It's alright if you don't want to make an effort, just being beside me is enough. I assure you no one can harm you." He unexpectedly turned hostile. "Is that so? I should thank you then, Lord Lokier." She couldn't catch Glenn. "Turns out this person is Yiwu in disguise." She was deceived. "Lord Lokier, now I am sure I have forgotten everything. But I once said, in the past she did that to you. The lies and schemes of her will return double, suffering twice as much, both physically and mentally. Are you satisfied?" Caught off guard by Yiwu's sneak attack, Lokier's strength was weakened enough that he couldn't endure. She shouted, "Absolutely impossible. How could the disguise of an ordinary person fool my eyes? Who are you really? How do you have the shape-shifting ability that not even I recognized regarding my affair with Glenn? How do you know?" The true self held her back. "Don't let your guard down, you might receive a serious blow. It proves he is definitely not an ordinary person, we should retreat first." She was gradually recovering from his ambush, telling herself, "I can't let him continue to impersonate Glenn to deceive me, and I absolutely will not forgive him." Yiwu said, "The god plan has been trapped by my scheme, doesn't it feel unpleasant? Curious, are we? I know about you and Glenn, but I won't say a word." Lokier split his clone and aimed his space at Yiwu. "You damn mortal dare to underestimate a god like me. I will torment you in the most painful way, making you suffer for over 1,000 years. He said, "Is that so?" Yiwu swung the large sword, causing the illusions to vanish. "If this had been before, I would have believed you." The sword in his hand lit up, but now the power from the mirror began to surge, and she no longer had this chance. He thrust straight into her back. "Why can you see through my true form?" Yiwu's face was filled with murderous intent. "You are about to die, no need to know too much." Glenn's true form caught her. "I told you, don't act rashly. This small matter is insignificant compared to our grand scheme," but she remains obstinate. She still refuses to let go. Lokier hissed, "Let me go, I must slay him." Yiwu could not grasp the objective. "Running again, huh?" He said, "The energy entity resembling Glenn is quite cautious, undoubtedly a tough opponent in the realm of blazing flames, in another underground space." Lokier screamed, "Why? Why must you stop me? I was toyed with and overwhelmed by a mere mortal. Revenge is something I must achieve." The true form of Glenn, drawing power from Marilyn, said, "Don't let hatred diminish your intellect, Lokier. The more furious you are, the easier it is to fall into his schemes. Our strength is clearly at a distance, facing him directly before was not a good opportunity." Lokier was still seething with anger. "I know he is powerful, but I cannot bear the humiliation of his deceit, and I cannot endure running away." The true form, after being merged, said, "Who said anything about running away? I merely sensed that the absorption of the true form is about to be completed to take over the body. Now the outer god power within Marilyn is entirely mine. No one in this world can defeat me anymore." Lokier said, "Luckily, our plan has succeeded. This unprecedented pressure has far surpassed Augustine at his peak. I never expected Marilyn's energy to carry such terrifying strength." She added, "That Yiwu guy is getting close to Marilyn like that, he must have set his sights on her power, right? Now that the power has been completely drained, becoming a useless person, his purpose has also vanished. I can't wait to see his defeated look to relieve the hatred in my heart." Yiwu overheard their conversation. Thank you very much, you really helped me with a big issue. I initially had no idea how to deal with the unstable power within Marilyn's body." She was astonished. "What?" Yiwu, with a combative expression, moved closer. "But now that you've drained it all away, I no longer have to worry. Are you all prepared to receive my return gift?" Lokier's face was filled with panic at this scene. She wondered, how is this possible? This man has chased us down, and he doesn't care at all about the outer god power within Marilyn. The energy emanating from him exudes an overwhelming strength, it doesn't feel like a joke. What should I do? I'm no match for him. Should I run away again? The ultra entity behind Lokier shouted loudly at her, "Lokier, what are you worried about? I am now the strongest existence in this world. Dealing with him is as easy as flipping my hand. But the grudge between you is something you must resolve on your own. With this great outer god power, don't let me down now." Upon finishing his words, he placed his large hand on Lokier's head, channeling a surge of tremendous energy into her. Lokier's body was enveloped in a blinding light. She transformed into a different form, her body and hands turning green, sharp claws emerging, and her body covered in spikes. Several tails appeared below, and a dragon's head with glowing red eyes, bearing sharp teeth, let out a fierce roar. Lokier laughed heartily, showing her sharp fangs, and said, "My wounds have healed, and I feel like I've been filled with immense power. Truly a joy like never before." A system stats board appeared, Boss Lokier level 900. She challenged, "Come on, mortal, you're so close to me, let's play together." Lokier lashed out her tail at Yiwu, sending him flying. She laughed loudly, asking him, "With this power, how do you want to play?" "I can play until the end. But can you afford the price of losing flesh and soul?" Ha ha. Yiwu was struck, flying far and crashing into a rock due to the violent impact. Lokier rushed over and asked, "Why aren't you fighting back? Weren't you very strong earlier? Are you now afraid of my power?" Bayan Phnui si talau and tn seeing vo yiwu, lmbt, ht that's it, this is the feeling of looking down on all living beings, right? It's simply wonderful. I want to kill endlessly. Lokier shouted loudly. What's wrong? Hurry and resist at least once, just like this, I can end you as easily as crushing an ant, I truly find it very boring. After saying this, she used her power to strike down from the sky at Yiwu, causing the ground and rocks to shatter. The super life form floated in the air, arms crossed, surrounded by the swirling dust and debris, saying, "To counterattack is impossible." Even if that mortal had a way to defeat Lokier before, she has changed now, and there is no reason for her to lose anymore. Surely that mortal has even lost their form now. Lokier and the super life form were surprised when a light appeared in the swirling fog. He shouted, "Wait a minute." That light was Yiwu transforming, wearing a green cloak and armor. He held a golden sword in his hand. The system data panel appeared, Yiwu, level 999, health decreased to 80%. He looked up at the sky and said, "The reason I do not retaliate is that I am very curious about how powerful the combined strength of a god and an outer god can become, but from the results, it seems that it is only this much." Lokier cupped her head, angrily shouting, "No, it can't be. Clearly, I used all my strength, yet it only caused a small amount of damage to you. I don't believe it, absolutely do not believe it." Lokier's body curled up, forming a large flower bud in the air, surrounded by a shimmering golden circle. She shouted, "I cannot spare you, I will definitely not spare you, even if it costs more than I can afford." She continued, "I must kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, the flower bud opened, simultaneously unleashing a tremendous power aimed at Yiwu. He calmly watched the attack charging towards him and said, "I told you, you will not have this chance again." The violet light power, when it barreled towards Yiwu, was met with his defense, causing it to explode aside. The life form from the microcosm observed the battle from above, thinking, "The power of this mortal has exceeded my expectations, Lokier cannot defeat him. It appears my investment has failed." A golden power struck the demons, causing their bodies to disintegrate. The demons panicked in surprise and screamed, "What's happening? The realm of blazing flames is about to collapse, run quickly." Yiwu raised the sword, looked into it, and touched the surface of the sword. Lightning appeared around the sword. He said, "In this turn-based game, it's my turn to counterattack now." Yiwu charged forward, striking at Lokier. Lokier endured numerous painful slashes, screaming, I'm not willing to accept this. Why are you so strong? I won't accept this." Yiwu rested the sword on his shoulder, standing directly in front of her. "Lokier, you really look both ugly and disheveled. You have abandoned your noble god identity, falling into darkness, losing everything." Lokier collapsed to the ground, a status panel appearing, Boss Lokier level 900, health only 20% remaining, fighting strength completely depleted at 0%. She furiously shouted, "Damn it, the noble god identity, this kind of restrictive identity I have long grown tired of. I want to play hard, to cheat wholeheartedly." Unable to contain her anger, Lokier slammed her hand on the ground, continuing, "Even Thor and the Frost Giant King have been tricked by me, how can I not trick you? Even if my combat power is not as good as yours." Lokier returned to her original form, wielding a scepter and using a Lokier clone to bind Marilyn, who lay on the ground. She said, "I can still use cunning to strike straight at your weakness, making you regret to the point of wishing you were dead." Yiwu glared at Lokier in anger and asked loudly, "Do you think I only care about fighting you and have no means to protect Marilyn? Your schemes are too despicable." An attacking force struck, severing Lokier's hand that held the staff, catching her by surprise. The superlife entity floating in the air created a technique, directing it at Lokier, saying, "Do not touch that woman." Lokier, at this point, any scheme is meaningless. Lokier, enraged, transformed and shouted at him, asking, "Are you attacking me? Why? I clearly sacrificed everything for you. Aside from you, I have nothing. Why are you still betraying me?" He looked at her and replied, "It's because you have disappointed me too much. With the power I bestowed, not even a mortal can win. It seems only Marilyn, who possesses external power, can be the woman who walks with me to the end." Lokier screamed in anger, "No, you can't treat me like this. You must be joking, right? I have done so much for you, how can you abandon me?" The superlife entity in front of Lokier responded, "Emotions, let them go. Such things are of no value to me. I only care if the one allied with me has the ability to achieve the goals I desire." He continued, "Your current appearance clearly indicates that you cannot control the power of the outer god within you. Now that you are broken, do not drag me down. But for the sake of your previous contributions, if you dare to continue obstructing me, then you must die." After finishing, he made his move, causing Lokier to be crushed under a powerful magic circle. The status board appeared, Boss Lokier level 900, 2% health. Lokier screamed in pain, "I have spent my whole life using every trick, uttering countless lies, and in the end, the only true feeling I offered resulted in this ending." She laughed loudly, "Ha, ridiculous, ridiculous, all this time I mocked others for being foolish, only to find out the real clown is myself." She laughed heartily before disappearing. The Ultra Being looked at Yiwu and said, "The next battle is between you and me. You are the only obstacle I face in this world. As long as I kill you, my goal will be achieved." Yiwu looked at him and asked, "Was Lokier's disappearance at this moment part of your plan?" He charged at Yiwu to attack and replied, "No, I have absolute power, I never play with tricks." She was just a useless pawn, easily discarded. He looked at him and thought, this matter is absolutely not as simple as it seems. Even if he has no wicked schemes, based on Lokier's style, I know he won't easily let it go like that. At the Tree of Life, Lokier appeared in her original form. Before her stood a tall ancient tree with a wide canopy of bright yellow leaves. Lokier laughed loudly, "Ha, if my destiny is determined to be a farce, then I will destroy this world." Lokier angrily approached, touching the roots of the tree, her eyes turning purple, dark energies swirling around her. She shouted loudly, declaring it so that no one could laugh. Hovering in the raging storm that tore apart everything, the god looked down arrogantly at his opponent, "Mortal, to this world, both of us are outsiders. I know you carry some special power within you, but that power cannot serve as a foundation to oppose me, because our very existence is separated by too many layers. If we liken worlds to boxes, you are merely a mouse that has scurried from one box into another, forever unable to jump out of the constraints of this box. I am the existence that has escaped the confines of the world, standing outside to observe countless worlds." He declared with great authority as if he were the center of the universe, "You and I are not on the same level at all." As soon as he finished speaking, the god began to channel energy and unleashed his lava eruption skill. Under the ground, streams of vibrant red material surged upwards, twisting into a tornado aimed directly at Yiwu. Yu drove his sword into the ground, successfully blocking the attack. He said, "I know you like to show off, otherwise, you wouldn't go so far as to say such foolish things. But knowing I have the fire attribute, you still use lava to wash your feet for me, your combat experience is still somewhat lacking." He felt exasperated by the enemy's foolish handling of the situation. On the other side, the god was furious because he had been countered right after showing his strength. "What? You dare to brag even when death is near?" He tensed his body, gathered energy, and formed a dark abyss. "It seems that you haven't understood what I said, nor the true power of super beings. In words you can understand, I am capable not only of killing you in this world, but I can also enter your world, destroying everything in that world and everything you hold dear." As he shouted, he unleashed the dark abyss. Yu refused to be outdone. He raised his sword and activated the blazing windstorm skill, with swirls of hot air spiraling, creating a vortex emitting heat of up to 1,000 degrees. "Oh, really? So, this super being is indeed very strong, but I will not give you that opportunity." Two opposing sources of energy collided, creating a thunderous sound, the shockwave generated sweeping away everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The god, seeing that the attack had been neutralized, became surprised. "You can actually fight on par with me, it seems I have underestimated you." Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, Yu charged forward, gritting his teeth. "This is nothing compared to what you think. Anyone who threatens what I care about usually pays a heavy price, you are no exception." As he spoke, he swung his sword at the god, but the latter easily blocked it, not forgetting to taunt, "Is that so? With your current strength, you might be able to achieve that, but when your opponent is me, all your experience is useless." The god shouted loudly as a mesmerizing formation appeared behind him. Yu immediately became alert. The cosmic-like light beside him was incredibly eerie, seemingly capable of distorting time and space, necessitating a distance increase. The god continued to boast about himself, "Although you are quite strong, just looking at your appearance, you have only lived for a little over 10 years, you fundamentally cannot comprehend the truths of this universe." Once Yu regained his balance, he wondered, "The truths of the universe, what are they?" He said, "Destruction." Without hesitation, he provided the answer: destruction is the ultimate destination of the universe and all things. I am merely helping you choose the correct method of destruction. This is something only someone who can transcend dimensions like me can do. God continued to ramble on. "We were born together with time and dimensions. Initially, I was just an observer, recording without any consciousness of my own. But after witnessing the casualties across various dimensions, I gradually developed my own consciousness. Reflecting on the great tragedies of the past, I commented that after an endless span of observation, I arrived at a conclusion. Different dimensions and civilizations, though continuously giving birth to new forms, will ultimately lead to destruction, and all of them are methods of destruction that are incredibly foolish. I possess an intellect that transcends dimensions, and what I detest most is that foolishness. Rather than allowing ignorance to reign, I would prefer to use my preferred method to bring about destruction. However, despite my intellect and power surpassing dimensions, I can only observe these dimensions and cannot interfere with them." Regret manifested in the heart of the god. He continued, "It wasn't until I discovered that there exists a group of beings in the universe that stands in opposition to my power and authority. Outer gods, though they do not possess power beyond their realm, have the ability to influence said realm. Therefore, if I were to extract the outer god's power from within Marilyn without killing her, then I would directly summon its true form." Suddenly, a ray of purple light shot down from above him, striking directly upon his figure. A monster formed from energy appeared, with 4 orbs arranged in a diamond shape, each orb containing a singular eye. It screamed out, "Who is summoning me?" The god looked up and replied, "It is I. Grant me all your power, god of destruction, afterimage." He commanded the being. The 4-eyed monster stared intently at him and responded, "You resemble me yet are different, but it matters not, those who summon me are all the same. Now let us begin." Upon hearing this, the god felt elated. "Wonderful, wonderful, this is the power I desire to intervene in the realm. From start to finish, everything has been part of my plan. I have observed for countless years, witnessed numerous destructions, and now, at last, the time has come for me to take control of everything. He felt the power continuously flooding into his body, filling each muscle and fiber. He laughed maniacally, but the monster rebutted, "It is you who leads every destruction. No, this is not something you should be doing. The only thing you must do now is to offer this body to me, to become the stepping stone on my path to reincarnation." The purple energy quickly enveloped the god's body, only the sounds of screams could be heard from within. "Wait, what is happening? The frenzied, depraved power is corroding my essence. Stop it, this is not the outcome I wanted." The sound gradually faded, but behind it was a harsh reality. In a moment, he, the god, had completely transformed by the god of destruction. The remnants created an extraordinarily powerful being. Destroy, obliterate, the more this world is destroyed, the faster I can be reborn. It let out a savage laugh, to celebrate the successful reincarnation. The monster stomped down, causing the ground to tremble, starting from this world. This forced Yi Wu to rise into the air to evade the shockwaves. A thought flashed in his mind, the shadow of the god of destruction. Isn't this the god of destruction split by the Shadow King? If this is true, then it's not good. I never expected the god of destruction to also be seeking a chance for reincarnation. He immediately made a decision. I must stop it here. I cannot let it use the destruction of this world as a pretext for rebirth. Suddenly, a high-energy monster blew Yi Wu away, sending him flying. "You smell like someone I hate." It used its keen sense of smell to recognize the connection between him and the Shadow King. The power of the attack was so great that Yi Wu was slammed deep into the cliff, the surrounding terrain continuously cracking. Damn it, this overwhelming power is definitely the god of destruction. Even in this shadowy form, it can easily knock me away in my peak state. This time it's a bit hard. Yi Wu suddenly found himself in a desperate situation as his opponent had reached a new level of annihilation. The god of destruction did not allow its opponent to catch a breath. It shouted, "The smell on your body is similar to an enemy of mine, but I have already killed him. Therefore, whether by coincidence or other reasons, it is only fitting to annihilate you in this world." The monster immediately unleashed its skill world-destroying fallen star, with tens of thousands of meteors continuously crashing down, aiming to wipe out the battlefield. Yi Wu was incredibly surprised by the opponent's detection ability. "So you can detect the Shadow King on me, that's truly terrifying." Seeing his teammate lying unconscious, he began to ponder, "Although I used a shield to protect Marilyn, can I cope with its attack? Now there's only one way left, which is to absorb the burning power of the realm of blazing flames, then give it my all." Saying is doing. Yi Wu summoned the terminal dark flame form, his armor now thoroughly upgraded, energy levels skyrocketing. He tightened his grip on the space god in his hand, determined that this was the final battle, a great battle unfolding. Yi Wu held the long space, unleashed his move, thinking in his mind, "Facing a strongman like this, it must be a swift fight, it cannot be prolonged too long, I need to directly use a powerful move to resolve the issue." He launched the flame demon Long, a green dragon soaring towards the strongman. The strongman calmly said, "Oh, facing my attack and you still have the strength to dodge? You are quite powerful, reminding me of previous enemies, but all of you only have one outcome." Then, he jumped up, slashing at the dragon, splitting it in half. He said, "That is what being destroyed by me looks like." As soon as he landed, he was immediately bombarded by 6 energy orbs flying towards him. He leapt up, dodging the attack, still pursuing. He analyzed the situation in his mind, realizing, this level of physical strength is still not enough, I must use caution against that guy. Suddenly, the 6 orbs released chains, binding him. Yi Wu's voice echoed, "Where do you think you're going?" Although he was chained, Yi Wu calmly replied, "Oh, this scorching power reminds me of the warmth when the universe was newly born." He then continued, "What do you intend to do with all the immense energy just condensed? This method of fighting has no effect on me." Yi Wu shouted, "Whether it has an effect or not, we won't know until we try." He summoned a fireball, sneering, "The god of destruction born in the universe, Then let's use all the blazing flame power to converge into a star to determine the victor." At this moment, the other person, bound by iron chains, felt uneasy as he saw the fireball rushing towards him. This force isn't just for show, can it break free from the restraints? The fireball collided with him, creating a cataclysmic explosion. Yi Wu, now exhausted, knelt on the ground as the system displayed a warning. Warning, the host has momentarily exhausted all the power of the Blazing Emperor, resulting in extreme fatigue and backlash, unable to use any abilities. Please withdraw from the battlefield quickly. At this moment, the life of the super god of destruction was down to 15% health. The other person laughed loudly. Ha, you startled me, I thought I was about to die at your hands. He tore off the steel chains, charged forward, and said, you should feel grateful that my underdeveloped body has given you so many opportunities. Now you can rest easy and die. At that moment, Yi Wu was extremely exhausted, unable to move. When he saw the god of destruction charging at him, he worried, not good, my body can't move. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down on him, and a voice echoed, who gave you the guts to lay a hand on my brother? A group of people with white wings landed on the ground, praising Yi Wu, well done. Thanks to you absorbing all the heat from the realm of blazing flames, we could come here to support you and then pursue those gods to clean up the battlefield. Gods, heed the call. Help our hero deliver a fatal blow to the enemies from outside. The followers replied in unison, okay, and immediately rushed to attack the god of destruction. Surrounded and being beaten, the god of destruction angrily cursed, you little ants, even more of you still aren't enough to take me down. Solto, hearing this, became furious and said, aside from your endless nonsense, my big hammer has been hungry for a while now. Just watch, I might just punch you to death. In the end, the god of destruction was left with only 5% health, damn it. This group of pests was supposed to be an easy kill, but I've been completely overwhelmed by their numbers. I have to figure out how to hold on for now. Yi Wu leaped into the air, summoning lightning to strike down and shouted, leave our world, the evil forces from outside have come here, this is not a place for you. The god of destruction, enraged, yelled back, how dare you, I worked hard to have this chance to be reborn. Suddenly, he transformed into a cube and flew into a cosmic hole. As he soared away, he joyfully thought, what is happening? I was in the middle of a fight and now I've been saved. Thank goodness for you all, I have finally escaped the control of that outer god's power. As long as I get away from this dimension, those lowly beings like you will not be able to chase me anymore. Ha ha. At that moment, Solto's hammer came crashing down on the cube, so your true form is that thing from the giant realm. Solto said, Loki used that cube to torment me, and now I can finally take my revenge. Running away won't be so easy. Solto irritably exclaimed, damn it, some fragments are escaping. Yi Wu, witnessing this scene, was puzzled and wondered, wait, fragments escaping? Why does it feel like the fragments that infiltrated the stronghold before? This feeling seemed to tie a series of events together, leaving him confused. In the meantime, Marilyn, lying motionless on the ground, was suddenly invaded by an external force. Yi Wu worried, not good, that terrifying external power has invaded Marilyn's body. The gods saw this and said, dear Father of Gods, we all know the terrifying power of that force, we must handle her before Marilyn loses control to avoid dire consequences. For the safety of the 9 realms, we can only sacrifice Marilyn. If she has chosen to be a Valkyrie, she must have already awakened to the notion of sacrifice. Yi Wu heard this and spoke up to intervene. No, you cannot do this. Even if you are gods, you do not have the right to decide Marilyn's life or death. But if you force your hand, even in our weakened state, we will fight back against you. One god spoke up, Yi Wu. He asked him, earlier you said Marilyn is the key to determining the world's fate because of the external power she possesses, which is indeed extremely dangerous. I cannot ignore this matter concerning the safety of the 9 realms. Hearing this, Yi Wu replied, yes, in different timelines, it is this force that caused the world to be destroyed. My emergence is to prevent such a result, you must trust me. The previously silent god did not say anything else, but the other gods continued, it's not that we do not trust you, but we cannot afford to ignore a looming threat like this. If we do not eliminate it, none of us can feel at ease. Another god added, "That's right, it's not that we do not trust you, but we cannot take the gamble. The chances of preserving both Marilyn and the Nine Realms are too slim." At this moment, Solto supported Yi Wu. "Brother, no matter what they say, I believe in you, whatever you do I will support you." Glenn added, "Me too." A deity below said, "Solto, Glenn, how can you act on your emotions? The survival of the Nine Realms is not the time for personal feelings." Marilyn had now woken up. She said, "You all don't argue over me anymore. I have finally remembered what kind of person I will become." Yi Wu was surprised to hear Marilyn's voice. Marilyn continued, "Originally, I had all the memories from the moment I opened my eyes until now. Only a few memories were forced to be hidden by myself. Now I remember, I am not from this world. I came to this world along with a shooting star. From the moment I opened my eyes, there was always a voice in my head, a voice that kept repeating, destroying, and ruining. It was a young village chief who discovered me while hunting and brought me back to the village." She recounted, "Even though I was just a child at that time, because of my impulsiveness and inability to control my power, I brought a lot of trouble to the village. But the village chief and his wife always treated me with utmost kindness, like their own daughter. Because of this, I gradually became touched and regarded them as my parents. The fierce aura on me also diminished significantly." She continued to recount, her voice full of anguish, "Not until I was 5 years old, when I went up the mountain with my mother to gather firewood, did I get ambushed by the monster. In the midst of panic, I once again used my power. But I couldn't control it. When I exterminated the monster, I inadvertently killed my mother as well. The pain and regret led me to seal that power along with the memories of the incident. It wasn't until the outer god power within me was awakened that I remembered everything." She bowed her head, her voice choking, "I am the one sent to destroy this world. I am the villain." Marilyn's eyes clouded with sadness. Yi Wu stood beside her, silently listening, feeling the pain in every word she spoke. Marilyn continued, "I don't deserve to be saved. If you want, you can end my life." Yi Wu said nothing, only quietly communicated with the system in his mind. "System, why must Marilyn's true identity be hidden?" The system replied, "It's not so much a concealment as it is the powerful disturbance caused by the outer god power within her, creating an obscure fate unknown to anyone. However, the arrival of a new host has altered the threads of this fate. This could provide an opportunity to achieve the mission with a perfect score of 100%, along with a special reward." Yi Wu did not care about the rewards that the system spoke of. To him, the reward meant nothing compared to saving Marilyn. He looked at her seriously, placed his hand on her shoulder, and spoke with heartfelt sincerity, "Marilyn, to me, you are the most deserving person to be saved in this world. The only reason I came to this world is because of you. You saved me when I was in trouble. If this time I cannot save you, then everything becomes meaningless." Hearing those words, Marilyn felt her face flush, unable to look directly at Yi Wu. She shyly opened her mouth, "Yi Wu, obviously you have always been the one to encourage and save me. But when did I save you?" Yi Wu looked straight into her eyes and said, "In my past, your future, this story is quite long. In short, you just need to trust me." At that moment, Solto nudged Yi Wu lightly on the shoulder, grinning slyly, My brother, is there anything else you're hiding from me? We're not strangers after all. Why don't you tell me what exactly your relationship with Marilyn is?" Before Yi Wu could respond, an old man clad in golden armor, with 2 horns protruding from his chest, cleared his throat a few times and spoke, "Solto, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Now, in the name of Augustine, Father of Gods, I declare the campaign to be officially over. We have won." As soon as the old man in the golden armor finished declaring victory, the ground suddenly shook violently, with large cracks spreading everywhere. Everyone was startled, not understanding what was happening. An earthquake? But the enemy has been defeated, why is this still happening? They looked around anxiously. At the same time, in the human town, the ground was pierced by countless enormous roots, the earth cracked, and houses collapsed into ruin. The sound of panic echoed everywhere. What is happening? These roots, why are they growing like crazy? Our town, our houses. Everything is destroyed. An old man, in despair, knelt on the ground, shouting, "Run! We must find a place that isn't being attacked by the roots." A gray-haired girl beside him anxiously helped the old man up, looking at the enormous roots piercing through the ground. Filled with fear, could it be that Yi Wu and Marilyn have encountered some trouble? No matter what, you all must survive. At the same time, in the City of Gold, a group of enormous roots also suddenly emerged from the ground, piercing through the entire city. The sound of panic filled the air. This is not good. The City of Gold is about to collapse. But the Father of Gods and the other deities are not here. What are we going to do? The soldier stood frozen, his eyes fixated on the gigantic roots that continuously pierced through the structures of the fortress. They were completely powerless, unsure of what to do. What on earth are these roots? The City of Gold has always been solidly protected by divine forces and sacred artifacts. How can it be destroyed now? They wondered in confusion. Meanwhile, Yi Wu's group was enveloped by the realm of blazing flames, protected by a golden barrier. Through the barrier, they could see the enormous roots rising from the ground, with white flames blazing from them. Yi Wu realized quietly, these are the roots of the Tree of Life, but now they are tainted. Is this the truth? The Tree of Life is the foundation of the 9 realms, everything relies on it for stability. If it really is tainted, then the entire 9 realms will collapse. But the one with the power of the outer god has been destroyed. Where did this tainted power of the Tree of Life come from? Marilyn has also lost control, so who could have caused this? Just as everyone was still in doubt, a distorted face suddenly appeared among the roots. It was Lokier. From her cheeks and chin, roots sprouted grotesquely, creating a chilling and bizarre image. Lokier laughed, her laughter echoing in the air. Everything has turned out this way because you all forced me. If I cannot live, then you shall not have peace either. You all must die. I will drag the entire 9 realms down with me. Solto thrust the hammer forward, channeling thunderous power into it, then shouted loudly, Lokier. So it was you who did this, daring to use the power of the outer god to corrupt the Tree of Life. I will take your life. The old man clad in golden armor, wielding a golden trident, raised it high. Golden lightning surged from the trident, aiming at Lokier. He commanded loudly, Solto, this is not the time to bicker with her. All gods, heed my command, join forces to kill Lokier, and prevent the destruction of the 9 realms. All the gods promptly lunged forward, their weapons ready to strike at the face emerging amidst the tree roots of Lokier, obeying orders. Everyone, put forth all your strength to kill the traitor of the gods. Lokier stood among the tree roots, laughing maniacally, a stream of light purple liquid trickling from the corners of her eyes, resembling water. Her gaze was filled with contempt as she spoke, kill me? Even the space of eternity and Thor's hammer cannot harm me. What can you do? Gods or humans, all must die. She continued to laugh hysterically, I have abandoned the form of the god, merging into one with the Tree of Life, precisely to annihilate you all. Ha ha! Indeed, as Lokier said, the space of eternity and Thor's hammer simultaneously charged forward but could not break through the tough layer of roots encasing Lokier. Solto anxiously watched the frantic scene before him, wondering, what on earth has happened? Has Lokier gone insane to this extent? In their prophecy, has the twilight of the gods truly arrived? Marilyn slowly stepped forward from behind, calmly addressing everyone, let me go, the strength of the outer god comes from my body, it all originates from me. Even if it costs me my life, I must suppress the corruption and madness of the Tree of Life. Solto was startled and called out to Marilyn, Marilyn. The gods below were also worried and tried to dissuade Marilyn from advancing, desperately urging her to step back. Father of Gods and Thor are both taking action, and along with the strength of everyone, they have been unable to do anything to it. What can a Valkyrie like you possibly achieve? Solto suddenly shouted to silence the agitated crowd, shut up. This is not the time for internal conflicts. Solto suddenly remembered and turned to Yi Wu, asking, right, brother, don't you have the ability to control time? Why not simply go back to the moment before Lokier executed the evil plot and stop her then? Yi Wu closed his eyes, appearing somewhat distressed as he spoke, I'm sorry, I had intentionally concealed some information before. The destruction of this world has already been predetermined. No matter what we do, it cannot be changed. What we have now is the best outcome. Next, Marilyn and I will do our utmost to control the Tree of Life, buying time for you. I believe the Father of Gods will surely find a way to lead the people of the 9 realms to escape. Yiwu then turned his gaze to the crowd around him. The crowd below, hearing Yiwu speak, was in disbelief, taking the people from the 9 realms and fleeing? This is a pipe dream, absolutely impossible to achieve. The old man in golden armor fell silent, as if deep in thought. After a while, he finally spoke up to propose, let's go to Plan. If we take the ship to Plat and expand it to its maximum size, it should be able to accommodate everyone, leading everyone away. Solto joyfully agreed, this method of yours works. I can also use the god's weapon, Thor's hammer, and the space of eternity from the 9 realms to open the teleportation gate, bringing everyone onto the ship. The gods below, reassured by Solto, nodded in agreement with the plan. Great, even the Father of Gods and Thor have said so there should be no problem. Solto once again worried for Yiwu and Marilyn. However, whether this plan can succeed depends on how long your brother and Marilyn can hold out. Yiwu stood straight beside Marilyn, hands tucked into his pockets, asserting confidently, trust us, you all just need to hurry and carry out the plan. Solto felt touched and smiled, shaking Yiwu's hand for a final farewell. Brother, the debt of gratitude you owe to our world, I do not wish to wait until the next life to repay. You must hold on, and after everyone boards the ship, I will use Thor's hammer to come pick you up, just like before. Glenn also walked over, proudly smiling at Marilyn. Marilyn, although you carry the mission that no one could have imagined, I do not regret recruiting you into the ranks of the Valkyrie. Your performance truly lives up to the title of Valkyrie. Even if the destruction of the world is unavoidable, I still hope this is not our final farewell. We will wait for you at Plan. Marilyn was slightly taken aback, looking at Glenn, unsure of what to say. Captain Glenn, pressed for time, quickly led everyone to the Plan ship, the golden radiant light enveloping them. The voice of the old man in golden armor echoed as they departed. Yiwu, you are the hero of this world. The legend of a hero should not come to an end too soon. We have never abandoned a hero. We will wait for you. Yiwu and Marilyn silently watched everyone leave. Once all had gone, Yiwu extended his hand to Marilyn. Let's go, it's time to welcome the final moment. Marilyn grasped Yiwu's hand firmly, as if they had held hands countless times in the past, smiling brightly and saying, Yep, as long as I'm with you, I fear nothing, even if ahead lies only destruction and despair. In front, on the roots of the life tree that were polluted, countless faces were growing. All the faces of Lokier were looking down at the 2 people below, sneering and saying, Yiwu, do you really think you can stop me? You have just gone through a great battle and are not only weakened, but the outer god power in Marilyn's body is also out of her control. If you forcefully use the outer god's power to stop me, she might go crazy and kill people with me. Ha ha. A useless weakling and a madwoman out of control, what can you 2 possibly do? Don't struggle anymore, no one can escape in the 9 realms. Letting you die together is already the greatest pity for me. Lokier said, then controlled countless thick roots like tentacles to rush towards the 2 people below the ground, wanting to grab them. However, the roots had not even touched them when a purple light shattered them. Lokier was taken aback. What? Lokier looked in disbelief at the countless purple lights enveloping Marilyn. You dare to use this outer god power? Don't you fear that losing control of the power will implicate Yiwu?